All right, let's go. Woo!
One, two, three.
Everybody, welcome. Get on up and get down.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
And the whole reason
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Hey, everybody, welcome. How you doing? Oh, yeah, this is happening. I hope you're having a good day today, everybody. Oh, it's a beautiful day today. I can't believe that you're here with me.
Like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. Rebel.
I'm a rebel, Dottie. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Sunrise on the
On the
horizon.
horizon.
Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan.
Answer the
Bright and
poll,
early
y'all.
new dawn.
Come on, polecats. How you doing, polecats?
Story. Get your morning some glory. Stay informed,
Yes.
stay tuned as
Pour
the
myself a
day
cup of coffee real
breaks
fast.
through.
Good morning, headlines.
With Skyjack Morgan, start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Here we go, stylophone.
Coffee in your cup used to fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. Morning show you need to know.
Join us on this daily ride with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning,
Yes. Hit that like button, says Blondie. Blondie, hit that goddamn like button. Do it now. Do it now. Do it. Do it now. Everybody now. Do it. Do it now. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. What a beautiful day. Hello, everybody. It's Morning Sky. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. And if you put a super chat or Venmo or Smash app, not Smash app, Cash app, Smash app, if you're down to Smash, do the Smash app. It's my new dating service. It's called the Smash app. All you got to do is go to Skyjack Morgan and smash the like button. Smash the like button. Hit that smash the like button. Go to Cash App, do Skyjack Morgan, drop a penny in the pot, or Venmo. We do Skyjack Morgan, same handle. Please support independent media, and I'll buy Melania coin. I'm going to spend all my money on Melania coin, As always, everybody knows that. Oh, you will not be bossed. You will not be bossed. Okay, dang it. My AC went out. Oh, your AC went out last night. Eesh. Isn't it like crazy hot up there in Indianers? Man, oh, isn't it hot up there in Indianers? I've been seeing heat waves in Illinois and Indianers. I just want to start off. This is not. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is so funny to me. Have you guys seen this shit? This cracks me up, man. Hold on a second. I gotta do this. This just, man. I saw this. Dude. Pauly Shore is doing an impersonation of Steve Miller, and he nails the mannerism. You know, I've been talking about this whole time. How Steve Miller's like. He's like a weird reptile person. Watched Pauly Shore in just a tiny it's so short. He nails it. Who knew Pauly Shore was this talented? That's all I'm saying.
And why we put the Statue of Liberty here is to show the rest of the world here in America we got some beautiful babes. And another thing you might not know, Jim, is she's not holding a book. She's holding an iPad. And the whole reason why we put the Statue of Liberty here is to show the rest of the world here in America we got some beautiful babes. And another thing you might not know, Jim, is she's not holding a book. She's holding an iPad. And the whole reason why we put this,
the fact that he does the neck cock thing that he does, the weird thing that Steve Miller's always doing with his neck. That's so funny. My God. Pauly Shore, where have you been? You know what, Pauly Shore? The weasel. Gotta get some babiage. Gotta get some linkage. The weasel. I don't know if you guys remember Pauly Shore. Does anybody else remember Pauly Shore, the weasel? Man, he used to have big hair, and then they shaved it off for this movie called, I think it was called In the Army Now or something. It was brilliant. Everybody loves this guy. He sounds too nice. Yeah, he does. Yeah, but he does. I don't know. Yeah, he didn't sound quite as fascist. It's still Pauly Shore talking, but Pauly Shore, I missed you, Pauly. Where you been? How did Pauly Shore end up not making movies? I thought we were gonna watch Pauly Shore movies until we all died, and then they just stopped. Remember the one with Brendan Fraser and Encino Man, or Biodome? Man, he had some bangers. Pauly Shore. Encino Man was my favorite as a kid. I thought that Pauly Shore was a genius. Linkage. You loved Biodome. Yeah, that had like one of the Baldwins in it. Wasn't it one of the I forget which Baldwin. People forget that in the 90s we were swimming in Canadian Baldwins. We had so many Canadian Baldwins. You know, in those 90s, we let so many illegal Baldwins in. They all came crawling. They were crawling over our country. All the Baldwins were crawling over our country. We couldn't get rid of them. They were everywhere. They were a scourge. We couldn't get rid of the Baldwins. The Baldwins are coming in a caravan. They were coming in a caravan. We hate caravans, don't we, folks? We hate caravans. We do hate caravans. That's for sure. We sure do. We hate them so much. Caravans.
I
don't know if you guys heard, but
against this weaponization and lawfare case against
come on.
me.
What are we doing here, man? What the hell, stupid YouTube? Hey, just one more time. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, I am so happy that you're alive. Too many Baldwins. I don't know which one it was. Which Baldwin? It was Johnny Baldwin. No, we don't know which Baldwin. It was Sestra Baldwin. I don't know which Baldwin it was. The illegal Baldwins. We had so many Baldwins. We didn't know what to do with them. Hit the like button for the Baldwins. Those Baldwins, I think they're in the. Do you remember the the South Park movie, Bigger, Better, Uncut? They made some joke about it was about a war with Canada, and they made some jokes about the Baldwins. I used to think was so I don't remember them, but I thought they were so funny. It's always funny to make fun of the Baldwins for some reason. Remember when Alec Baldwin shot that guy? Anyway, there's Ty Cobb is in the news. He's going to tell us about why Donald Trump is a winner. McDonald's dinner. Winner, Big Mac dinner for
Ty, a lot to talk about here.
Ty, first, let's start with the mustache, bro. We got to get rid of this thing. We got it. Ty, just, I know you feel like you painted yourself in the corner. No one's going to know that your trademark is just get rid of it, man. Trust me. He's a guy who's had the mustache. You can survive without the mustache. Put the mustache on, take the mustache off. People will follow you. It's okay, Ty.
Obviously, what Rebecca's talking about, there was a significant win for Trump and his efforts to expand executive power. He did, though, suffer today a number of losses at the Supreme Court, including his attempt to overturn the ruling against him in the E. Jean Carroll case, where a federal jury in New York had found the president liable for sexually abusing and...
What a victory! Victory! Our president's still considered a rapist. Woo! He couldn't overturn his rape conviction. Wow, America! Oh, America. Something to be proud of, America. Your president didn't get away with rape. Wait, did he go to jail? He did get away with rape, and he hasn't paid her yet 1 penny. I don't think he's paid 1 penny because he's still appealing the decision to the Supreme Court. The president has appealed. They can't call me these things. It's not fair. They treat me very unfairly, very unfairly. Do you think that MAGers will finally... I mean, the Supreme Court now has his own judges have weighed in. And now maybe in my chat, I could stop hearing about how it was a kangaroo court and it was so untrue. Poor Donald Trump didn't rape nobody. Or they'll go back to saying it wasn't really rape. It was sexual abuse, assault, and defamation. Not rape. It was sexual abuse, assault, and defamation. The president's actually a good guy. After all, it wasn't rape. It was sexual abuse, assault, and defamation. God damn. She never smiles. I know. All right. It looks like 92% of you do not have faith in the Supreme Court. Okay. Let's see. What about is it okay to call DJT RPST? Is that okay to call him a ripst?
defaming Carroll. And Trump responded today on social media saying, I will continue the fight against this weaponization and lawfare case against me, including the ridiculous claim of defamation, with all my power and strength. This case is really against the United States of America.
We didn't rape E. Jean Carroll. Did you guys do it? I had nothing to do with it. This is not about America. This is not against the United States of America. I never touched E. Jean Carroll. You touched E. Jean Carroll. Don't make that about us. It's about all of us. You are the one who beat the hell. Well, I'm not going to. You're the one that grabbed her by the you-know-what. You're the one, DJT.
And all it stands for, and should never be allowed to happen to another president.
Another president. Every president should be allowed to rape.
Can he do anything more about this?
Nothing. He's going to write a $5.8 million check. Have to supplement the 5.5 that's already being held by the court. E. Jean Carroll will cash that check sometime in sometime in the near future. With regard to the her claims, keep in mind that this is one of 27 women.
She doesn't even know the exact date. She doesn't even know the exact date. That must mean it never happened, right? It must mean it never happened because she doesn't know the exact date. The Supreme Court says it happened. The Supreme Court's like, nah, you're still a rapist, Donald. She doesn't know the date, though. But do you have a flag? Civil courts. Yeah, civil courts. You know why? Because there's a statute of limitations, so that they need to have it for criminal case. There's a statute of limitation for criminal, but not for civil. You understand? Because many women don't want to come out and ruin their whole lives by saying anything to the cops. Because who trusts cops? Nobody trusts cops. Because cops are untrustworthy. Do not trust cops. Don't talk to cops. So you got to do a civil case then. Because you can't talk to cops. Because cops are untrustworthy. You cannot trust the criminal justice system. So looks like we're going to do a civil case. This is not brain surgery here. And well, the Supreme Court agrees with me. Donald Trump's own judges, his boys, his favorite judge. I love these judges. They do so good by me. They're so good. They're so good.
The course of the last 3 decades, who's come forward with accusations against the president for sexual misconduct. This is one of 3 women that he has lied openly about.
Barack Obama, though. Barack Obama traded a male prostitute crack for a BJ, but yeah. That's what the Supreme Court said. Did the Supreme Court say that? Is that what the Supreme Court said? Really? They said that about Obama? How many times? Let me Google real fast. How many times has Donald Trump been indicted? Hundreds of times. Okay, so how many times has Barack Obama been indicted? 0 times. Okay, cool. 0. Survey says 0 on Obama. He's and how many times? I think Donald Trump officially has been indicted 6 times, but 34 counts of felony. How many times has Donald Trump been indicted? 88. Technically 4 criminal indictments with 88 counts. 88 counts. 4 criminal indictments. Yeah, but Obama, though. Look out for Obama.
Just since his presidency, and Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, who were at the heart of his 34 criminal felony convictions. He denied having relationships with them. He denied having anything to do with her, said she wasn't his type, said other things about her that were defamatory. The jury didn't have any difficulty with that. And he lost $5 million in the first trial under Joe Tacopina, who I think did an excellent job, compared to Alina Habba, who ended up losing $83 million.
Remember when Alina Habba had to...
So what about the mail-in ballot case? I mean, that was significant.
Remember when Alina Habba got fired because she was legally appointed as U.S. attorney? Remember that? And then she was Donald Trump's personal sex crimes attorney, along with Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is now the acting attorney general, which is, weird. But acting attorney general Todd Blanche, former sex crimes attorney for Donald Trump, and Alina Habba became U.S. attorney. And she also was appointed illegally, though, and they made him fire her. Which, poor Alina Habba, what will she ever do?
Reporting, right, that he is really upset about that. Then there's the Lisa Cook case, which he also took a hit in from the Fed. She obviously was Fed governor. So do you read anything into these losses by Trump at the Supreme Court?
You've done nothing. Soft hands. How dare you? I've actually got pretty rough hands, actually. I don't know. Are you DTF, Russell? Are you trying to flirt with me? Again, you maggers are always trying to flirt. Soft hands. My hands actually aren't that soft, but I've done lots of good things for America. Lots of good things. You don't even know me, Russell. Russell Dixon. Russell Dixon.
Obviously, let's just state the obvious here, Ty. This is a Supreme Court where he thinks he stacked it with people who were going to rule in his favor. And FTC ruling aside, which was obviously very significant, they did rule in his favor. These other very, very monumental cases, they did not.
Well, yeah, because he's a rapist. They're still going to give him a bunch of power. Don't worry. SCOTUS is still going to give him a bunch of power, but they just will stop short of exonerating him for, being a rapist. 5 million Trump change. I know. Well, it's not like you can expect. Well, it's actually closer to like 10 million. I think it's actually because he already has 5 million in the court's holding $5 million right now in escrow, so just holding it to see what'll happen, and he's got to put another 5.5 million. That's what Ty Cobb just said. They're not actually going to do anything, right? Like people like Donald Trump don't get punished; they get embarrassed. That's the best you can hope for.
Right. Trump views that very transactionally. They're his people. They should vote his way. I mean, that's his view of the world. But, these people are, they're there to call balls and strike. As Chief Justice Roberts said at his hearing, he did that today. I think he tried very desperately, if you look at the alignment of all these different opinions, to hold the center of the court. He was in the majority in the Cook case. He was in the majority in the Mississippi ballot case. Amy Coney Barrett, who wrote the Mississippi ballot case, is a conservative. She is a strong conservative, but she's also an intellectually honest.
Ah, yes. Big Big K's beats. I love billionaires. They're the best. They wouldn't do anything wrong. I think they're just the bee's knees. Billionaires, I can't wait to spread my cheeks because they're the best. They're the cream of the crop. They're the best humans who ever lived. They would never do anything wrong. Billionaires, of course, all come from crime. That's how they got billions of dollars. By unjust means. And you're like, well, they would never rape anybody. They would never have it. Billionaires rape people all the time, you dumb piece of shit. You garbage human. Of course they do. Of course. They're a bunch of loser nerds who stole money. And people don't like them. And they think that they own the world. They think that we all work for them. They don't get off by normal means. They get off by punishing, owning, and beating people. That's their whole thing. That's their whole thing. Moron. I love billionaires, and my boss is my favorite person in the world. He's just my favorite. Exactly. Stop crying, all you Trump supporters, all you weird ass ball lickers, you boot lickers, ball lickers, snitches, hall monitors, simps. God damn. God damn, you are an embarrassment to this country. And our 250th anniversary is coming up. Our 250th birthday is coming up. And look what you've made America, a bunch of simps and losers. This is a country that came from rebels and revolutionaries. And now we have a bunch of people kowtowing to Donald Trump. What a loser country we've become because of you fascists, because of you National Socialist scum.
Person, and she wrote the decision in the way that she actually believes. I know they're livid about that. I know Steve Bannon, one of Trump's advisors, convicted felon and Epstein confidant, has trashed her today, and that Trump is livid. But the reality is she did her job, and she should be proud of that. So I think these are very, very significant decisions. I think the Cook case is very much different than Ms. Slaughter's case.
Billionaires are my favorite. I let my boss fuck my sister. He's the best. I just love daddy telling me what to do all the time. People accuse billionaires all the time because you're billionaires. That's why, because they're so powerless. Yeah, it's so easy to pull one over on a billionaire. They hardly can defend themselves, those poor guys. Oh, they're just victims, billionaires. Oh, they're poor little billionaires. What are we going to do? We got to protect them. Let's protect the billionaires. Those poor people over there, fuck them. They're poor. The politically vulnerable, the underclass, the downtrodden, they can die. We need to protect the billionaires because they're victims. You little bitch. Biggs beats bitch. That you should call yourself Big KZ bitch, because holy shit, you are clutching your pearls and holding water for people who have power. What a loser. What a loser. You come from a country that threw the tea in the bay, and they threw the tea in Boston Harbor, and now they've come to you, and you're like, I love the bosses and billionaires. They're my favorite. My favorite billionaire was Elon Musk because he's a trillionaire now. He's my favorite. I collect baseball cards, except they're billionaire cards because I just worship them. They have money after all. They must be gods.
I commend Ms. Slaughter for her service to the country, but I think on constitutional grounds that the cases are very distinct, and the enabling legislation for the Fed has the for-cause provision that Justice Roberts relied upon.
Well, so we're hours away, possibly, from birthright citizenship. What do you expect there?
Donald Trump has done everything he can to shred the Constitution and basically erode the fabric of the United States of America and what makes America America. So it's gonna flip a coin. We should ask, what are your predictions? It's going to come out today, guys. It's going to come out today. All right. It looks like 73% of you say totally okay to call DJT and RPST, especially since the Supreme Court basically called him a rapist today. Wow. Will SCOTUS end birthright citizenship? Let's see. I don't know why does MAGA want to make us more like Saudi Arabia? Why do you like Saudi Arabia so much, Maggers? Maggers, what is with you guys? You guys just love it. You guys just love Saudi Arabia so much you want to be just like them.
I expect that, given the rulings today, particularly the ruling on the Mississippi voting case, I would expect that Trump will be rebuked again on birthright citizenship by the court. It could be unanimous. It should be unanimous. It's really an obvious decision. But given the tone of some of the conservative.
Should be unanimous because it's in the fucking Constitution and they claim to be constitutionalist.
Opinions, particularly Justice Alito. He and Thomas may rule against him. I do think that the government will likely win the two transgender sports cases where different states have tried to eliminate trans athletes from women's sports. So I think there'll be a little bit of a some for Trump, some for the people tomorrow. But on birthright citizenship, which I think is at
It's so crazy that we have conversations. It's some for Trump and some for the people. That's how we talk now. That's how we all talk now. Some of the judges will go for Trump and some will go for the people. What the fuck are we doing, America? I thought they were supposed to always be for the people. That's what I thought. But I'm crazy though. Apparently, I'm the nut job. That the Supreme Court works for us. Now, some of them work for Trump. Some are going to go for Trump. Some will go for the people.
The middle core of what it is to be an American. I think that the country will be proud tomorrow of the Supreme Court.
My first guest is one of the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook's attorneys, Norm Eisen, joins me now. Norm, I'm so glad that you're here. I know that you have been very busy, meticulously trying to protect your client, but also the legacy that this represents as well. And I know the Fed governor is grateful the Supreme Court has saved her job for now, but they also expanded the president's executive power. Norm, how does that sit with her tonight?
Well, the Supreme Court protected the independence of the Fed, Laura. So let's start with the centrality of the Federal Reserve to the U.S. economy and to the economy of the world. That is a significant matter. We're very grateful that the rule of law has operated. Yeah. And before turning to the Slaughter case, let's note this whole absurd mess.
We're so grateful. I'm grateful that we have a rule of law in America. Do we though?
Groundless allegations against Dr. Cook. It was stopped and enjoined by a lower court. We won at the D.C. Circuit on appeal, and today we won at the Supreme Court. So that is a significant victory.
But there are some limitations. I want to get that. Limitations, of course, one of the things Chief Justice Roberts points out is that the ultimate question of whether the president can remove her for cause will depend in part on the underlying facts. In this opinion, we have not addressed those facts. So explain why this is far from over.
Yes, but if you look at that page of the decision, it is the most important page, yes. 13 and 14 of the decision. They say you have to look at the unique status and role of the Fed.
Yes.
They say our review is deferential, but we are not required to exhibit a naivete from which ordinary citizens are free. In other words, they know what's gone on here. They reject what happened to Dr. Cook.
Barron did nothing to you. He offends me. He offends me. He is involved in selling military drones while his father perpetuates endless wars. His father encourages the war in Ukraine, the Balkans. He's going to continue. He continues to force the European countries to buy more drones. What do you know? His sons, Eric, Don, and Barron, are selling military drones. Ain't that a bitch? Can you believe it? That Donald Trump is forcing European countries and the Gulf countries to buy military drones. It just so happens that his kids are selling drones. Just so happens. Just what a coinky dink. It's such a strange coincidence.
As baseless, as a violation of her rights. And I think while they don't define what cause is, they're clear that it is an exacting standard because there's no factual basis for these absurd allegations being made against Dr. Cook.
But explain.
I am confident that we will be able to continue to fight this issue. Now,
but I want you to explain. I know you're going with this because I want, aside from the underlying facts involving in her particular case, because this case is bigger, of course, than Dr. Cook. Obviously, it's personal to her, but it's very personal to those who believe in the Constitution and, of course, the independent agencies. Explain why the court would say the Federal Reserve has a different place in our society in terms of the independence of the agency compared to, say, the Slaughter case, where they said the for cause does not apply there.
The court looked to the historical status. The majority are originalists. Mm-hmm. They looked to the historical status of the First Bank of the United States, the Second Bank, and the other financial institutions and the independence that they had historically. I do not agree with the distinction that they made. I think the independent agencies, which have been recognized for almost a century since Humphrey's executor as an essential part of American governance, they should have been accorded the same treatment of for cause removal. Congress has interpreted the role of the independent agencies, and they have said, we are going to give this Article 1 power, congressional power. We're going to authorize that for these independent agencies that operate within Article 2. I disagree with Slaughter, but protecting the independence of the Fed, the American economy, the world economy is very material. And if you look at Slaughter, they do say they are not reaching a wide variety of issues. Not all offices created by Congress necessarily come with the triggering executive power. So there may be exceptions for other offices created by Congress. There are some functions traditionally handled outside the executive. This rule may not apply there, and on and on. So don't give up hope. We have over 300 cases and matters at Democracy Defenders Fund in action. We're going to keep on fighting.
Well,
this guy's so optimistic. We're going to keep fighting. Don't you worry. Right up till they throw you in the ovens. We're going to keep fighting.
Acting DNI, Bill Pulte believes you might have to keep fighting when it comes to your client because he believes that she will be indicted for mortgage fraud. You are adamant about the bogus nature of the underlying claims that triggered this lawsuit.
Stephanie, you get out. You're the one fucking up America. You get out. You're the one who wants to live in Taliban Afghanistan. Move to Taliban Afghanistan. You're the one who wants to live like El Salvador. Go hang out with Bukele. Get a bukkake from Bukele. Go get a bukkake from Bukele since you love sitting under your leaders with your mouth open and your tongue out. Go hang out in El Salvador and lick up his jizz because I'm so sick and tired of Americans licking jizz off of Donald Trump's boots. You make me sick. That's not the American way. You are anti-America. You're anti-United States. You don't like it? Move to Saudi Arabia. They got a king. He loves getting jizz licked off his boots. Oh, you don't like that? You don't like that? That's okay. Go to Qatar. Donald Trump loves Qatar. Go there. Go to Qatar. They'll treat you like a diamond. They love you. They'll treat you like a ruby. They'll think you're just the cat's pajamas over there. You should go so you can worship a king, so you can worship a dictator, so that you can really taste fascism for everything it's worth. Go. Stop trying to make America an evil dictatorship. Stop National Socialism. We don't like National Socialism in America. If you don't like democratic socialism, then go to a place that's already got National Socialism. Like, I don't know, Russia. Go to Putin's Russia. He'll love you down there. You can worship him. He won't let you touch him. He won't let you get anywhere near his boots, but he'll give you a boot surrogate to lick. You can lick his surrogate's boots. So go. You hate America so much. You hate America so much that you want to ruin our way of life. You want to ruin what we got going on here. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights. Actually, all of our amendments. Stop trying to shred the fucking Constitution. Donald Trump is a scourge. He's a melanoma. He's a dictator wannabe. He thinks he's America's Hitler. He reads Mein Kampf and the speeches of Adolf Hitler like he's his mentor from the grave. You make me sick. Donald Trump's favorite president is Andrew Jackson. Fuck. The only book that we know Donald Trump has ever read is Mein Kampf. It's the only one that we're sure he's read. We know he hasn't read the Bible.
Ultimately in front of the Supreme Court. But do you see this indictment coming down the road, or is Pulte just trying to litigate the case in the court of public opinion?
There's no basis for an indictment. We've seen this administration wrongfully investigate and attempt to indict people. The courts have been very tough on that. Look at Attorney General Tish James. The court threw the case out, and then you were a prosecutor, Laura. Grand juries refused to consider the case. That's so rare. Jim Comey, many others, the Broadview Six in Chicago, the sandwich thrower. So many of these cases have been rejected by the.
It's so funny, the sandwich crow. That's so funny because like Donald Trump cried on TV about one of my ICE agents got a sandwich thrown at him and those mustard was everywhere and he was so hurt. He almost died getting a sandwich thrown at him. You fucking crybaby little jerks. My God. My God, you're all cowardly lions. Dorothy boops you in the nose and you turn into a puddle. You make me sick. You make me sick, maggers. You make me sick to my stomach, you little pussies. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You losers. You losers. All you Donald Trump losers.
Joe Biden marking the 2-year
You're following around. Even the SCOTUS now says that Donald Trump's a rapist, and y'all are like, but actually, he was treated very meanly, and you guys just start crying. It's like the Supreme Court now says it's okay to call Donald Trump a rapist, and you guys are crying that he was treated unfairly. The guy, do you think any other rapist gets to go to the Supreme Court? No. He was not treated unfairly. He was offered every single option. All of the options he took. And what did he do with them? He squandered them and talked shit. So now he's a defamation case as well. Great. Well, it's not actually rape. It's sexual abuse, assault, and defamation. It's not actually the R word.
Anniversary of Donald Trump whipping his butt in a debate by getting heckled and then getting lost after a speech at a Maryland casino. Roll it, Ronaldo.
It's not just this vanity project, tearing down the east wing of the White House, making room for his ballroom, putting his name on the Kennedy Center, building an arch in his own honor, even hiring his own pool guy to fix the reflecting pool. Whoa, what a loser.
So, Harold,
I mean, Donald Trump is a loser. He's a big fat loser, can't do anything right. Just was defeated by Iran. America defeated by Iran, a country of 90 million people, a country that, well, they got no friends. Nobody helped them. They beat us single-handedly. Can't blame the Russians or the Chinese or anybody else for helping them. They beat us fair and square. America, a country of cowards that can't even negotiate in good faith. We pretended to negotiate with them and then assassinated all of their leaders like cowards from the sky. And we are the good guys?
every time he reappears like a ghost, you kind of can see how easy it was for the socialists to gain footing in that party.
Probably so. One of the reasons I think we should pay presidents when they leave the White House is so they don't have to do speeches. They don't have to do any kind of business. And we'll get a chance to talk about this current president later about these kind of things. But I hope we'll make a rule. These presidents should sign something when they meet each other after in that first meeting. It's like, I won't say anything bad about you. You don't say anything bad about me. President Trump is guilty as anybody saying the most horrible things about Biden and Obama. We all just say, well, that's just Trump. Oh, this is just Biden. I wish they would all stop, because it doesn't do the body politic any good. I wish he was not having to give these kinds of speeches.
I think it's hilarious that we're going to say, oh, Biden, he wandered out and said a couple words about Trump. Oh, my God, let's clutch our pearls. Victims. How could he say that about Donald Trump? He called Donald Trump a loser. How could he? How could he? Donald Trump's never said a bad word about anybody.
But hey, we can.
Donald Trump he never said anything about Rosie O'Donnell, and they're so mean to him.
We need to set thresholds. We go one below, one below, one below. The amazing thing is that our politics is so strong and our country is so strong is we can withstand former presidents talking about current ones and current ones talking about former ones.
Why does Donald Trump hate Rosie O'Donnell in the first place?
Dana, how can America begin to miss him if he doesn't go away?
Well, exactly. I feel like what Harold is saying might be true, except for that what Biden is saying isn't lame.
Doesn't go away. I haven't heard anything from Biden in ages. What are these guys talking about? Oh, it won't go away. Bro's 83 or some shit, man. He's away. He's got one foot in the grave, just like Donald Trump. These old guys don't stick around forever, man. He's almost gone. Don't worry. He's almost gone. I'll probably die before him. He's almost gone. Rosie O'Donnell. Why does he hate Rosie O'Donnell? Miss USA controversy. O'Donnell publicly mocked Trump for his handling of the Miss USA winner Tara Conner after Conner faced a substance abuse and partying scandal. Trump, who owned the pageant, held a widely broadcast press conference to give the beauty queen a second chance. Yeah, so she criticized him for when he was abusing women during the Miss Teen USA, Miss USA winner. During a Hot Topics segment, O'Donnell attacked Trump's decision to act as a public moral authority. She pointedly brought up his history of marital affairs, leaving his first two wives, and mockingly labeled him a snake oil salesman who was not a self-made man, but rather someone who inherited his wealth. To emphasize her insults, she pulled her hair forward to imitate Trump's hairstyle and told him to sit and spin. Ooh, sit and spin. How dirty. Trump fired back, calling her a degenerate, a real loser, and a woman out of control. And they still hate each other. Well, ain't that something? Donald Trump, what a loser. Can't even take criticism from Rosie O'Donnell.
And what Biden is saying isn't hurting Trump in any way.
Yeah.
It's hurting his own party. And when
Really?
these socialists come back around, or like the Democrats who are saying they have a big tent, I would love to ask, does your big tent include Joe Biden still? Let's see what they say.
They'd have to leave a flap open. Kennedy, do you think it's really about the money?
What's that mean?
No, I think this is Joe Biden. Unfortunately, like, he's kind of arrogant, and he inserts himself. And, you know, yes, they need to pay presidents enough money. I mean, for him, it would have to be hundreds of millions of dollars so he could actually build a presidential library, which will not happen in his lifetime, sadly.
But also ban that too. Who needs another presidential library?
Well, after the Obama fiasco, no one. They could just rent Joe a little wing.
Fiasco? Why was it a fiasco? It looked like a good party. I wish I were there. I would have loved to be able to go. I want to go. If I'm ever in Chicago again, I'm going to that thing. I like presidential libraries. I went to the Nixon one. I've been to a couple of them. I went to the Woodrow Wilson one. I think they're cool. Like a little snapshot of what happened back then. And if they're good, they also tell you the bad stuff that happened. So like with Nixon, they got the Watergate. You can listen to the Watergate tapes. It's kind of cool.
Or a room, a WeWork space. Exactly right. But I have a feeling his minders leave him out there because this is the second time they've done it in a week and a half. So he falls off stage. Like, that is the only explanation, because they leave him out there and they all leave. And then he goes, "Where's my granddaughter?"
Yeah, you know, Jesse, when you look at this, do you ever think to yourself, I wonder when I'll go away? I mean, you know when to go away?
Yeah, when
Greg Gutfeld is only funny when he's making fun of Jesse Waters for some reason.
I don't know how to leave a stage. Literally, before you give a big speech, you know this, we all know this, they will tell you where you're going when you leave. Every time he finishes, he looks around like he can't.
Yeah, because he's 84 years old. How old is he now? He's 3 years older than Donald, so he's 83. He's 83. I mean, if anything, you should be arguing that this is elder abuse, right? At 83, he shouldn't be giving speeches, but you know, the speech wasn't so bad. I mean, Donald Trump's a loser and he can't even get a pool resurfaced. I mean, not so bad. I mean, it's kind of a layup. It's really easy dunking on Trump at these days. An 83-year-old man can do it. Anybody can dunk on Trump these days. He's a loser, a rapist, convicted, fraudster, 4-time indicted, 88 accounts of crimes, felony counts. So, you know, we have a criminal in the White House. I mean,
Remember, the guy told him to go that way. That's when I'll know. When the show is over, and I'll point to our director in here and I'll say, "Where do I go?" Doors that way. It's been there for 40 years. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Why conservatives seem so ignorant. They fall.
Why are conservatives so ignorant? I always wonder this. Like, how do they get there? Is it just Fox News? Is that all we can do? Is just Fox News? Is that why?
All for obvious conspiracy theories. They say I did my own research after watching a YouTube video. There's a psychological reason for that. They don't know how we actually get facts. They don't know what the scientific method is. 72% of Americans are not scientifically literate. They can't open up the New York Times science section and then understand what's being said there. And the scientific method is the only reliable way to separate scientific facts from scientific fiction. So here's what the scientific method is. You observe something happening in the real world. You then form a guess to why that thing is happening in the real world. Your guess is called a hypothesis. Your job now is to test your hypothesis, your guess, with a lot of experiments and observations.
Is it to test the hypothesis? I guess it's test the hypothesis, but you're trying to disprove the hypothesis, right? You're trying to show that your hypothesis is wrong as much as possible.
To see if you can replicate what you observed earlier. What you're trying to do is disprove what you saw earlier,
Yeah,
not prove it.
Yeah,
you also let
I think
other
that's
scientists
important.
test your hypothesis as well. These scientists will be trying to disprove your hypothesis. They will try and tear your hypothesis.
No proof. He was convicted, appealed, convicted. Supreme Court says he did it. Supreme Court says he did it. Sorry. Guilty.
This apart and prove it wrong.
No proof. He was convicted. You know what? He was convicted. He keeps on trying to appeal. Keeps on ending up in the same position. Donald Trump's guilty. He's a convicted felon. He's an adjudicated rapist. No proof, though. Supreme Court wouldn't make it go away.
Until the only conclusion left is that you're right. Then your hypothesis becomes a scientific theory. That's as close as we can get to facts in this world. That's how we figure out what's actually true. Not what feels true. What can be repeatedly proven to be true or false over and over again. But here's the problem. Only 28% of Americans are scientifically literate. 33% of Americans have no idea how the scientific method works. And here's where education comes in. 85% of people with a master's degree understand the scientific method. 76% of the people with college degree understand the scientific method. People with a high school degree or less, more than 50% of those people don't understand the scientific method. The less educated you are, the less likely you are to understand how we determine what's true and what's false. 62% of Americans don't have a college degree. And here's who they vote for. White voters without a college degree vote Republican by 2-1. 67% of them.
I guess that's the thing. Like, don't go to college. You hear these people like Bill Maher and Tucker Carlson and stuff saying, "Don't go to college, don't go to college, don't go to college." I guess sometimes I think, hey, don't go to college unless you really can go to someplace awesome. I've said that before because I don't think it's worth it going to some backwater. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this guy's right. 62% of Americans don't have college degrees. Who are they going to vote for? White bosses. That's what they're going to vote for. White guys that are conservative and want to take away the rights of poor people. And yesterday I watched the movie. The Open Table, not the Open Table, the what's it called? It was called The Welcome Table. It was so good. I really liked it. It was a documentary. It's on HBO. It probably won't be on there for very long because they say a couple things about Donald Trump, and you know who owns HBO now. But I thought it was so good. It was by Joshua Fox, who is the director of Gasland. And they talked about how 1 in 3 human beings will lose their homes in the next 50 years due to climate change. 1 in 3 human beings will lose their home in the next 50 years due to climate change. And so they build this table and they bring people from all around the world to try to talk about how they lost their homes already due to climate change. And then they go to those countries where climate change has destroyed people's homes. And it's pretty intense, man. It's pretty intense. Who ends up losing their homes? Who ends up disenfranchised and displaced? Well, who do you think gets displaced? Do you think it's the rich people? Do you think it's the normies, the ones who fit into a heteronormative status? Do you think that that's who loses their homes?
MAGA base do not have college degrees. Trump said it himself. I love the poorly educated because that's his base. The people who were never taught how to evaluate evidence. This is why facts don't work on conservatives. They don't know the scientific method. They think research is reading their crazy uncle's Facebook post. They think science is just another opinion because they were never taught otherwise. So why does the right seem so stupid? Because they don't know how to determine what's true. So the next time a conservative says I did my own research, ask them to explain the scientific method. Because if they can't answer that, they're not doing research.
It really is quite sad that the people can't do it. Did our high schools fail? I mean, why do you guys keep taking all this money from California if you can't teach the scientific methods in your high school? What's going on in Mississippi? I get that you're poor, but that's what all the money's for. You take all of California's money and all of New York's money so you can have high schools in Mississippi. And yet I know you guys got high schools. I know you do. How can we not teaching shit?
Just confirming what they already believe. Trump loves the poorly educated because the poorly educated people don't know how to fact check him.
President Trump says,
I mean, you can't argue with that. The poorly educated don't know how to fact check, and they don't have any they don't even have any incredulity. They don't even have any skepticism. I mean, I constantly say, question authority, and when I say that, I don't just mean question your boss and question the president, but question anybody telling you anything with any degree of certainty. If someone is saying something with a great deal of confidence, your degree of incredulity should rise commensurately with that degree of confidence. The more confident they tell you something, the more you should be like, wait a second, is this true? Because you have evolved to believe something that's been told to you with confidence. That's evolution, and people use that against you. It's a brain hack. If somebody says something with a great deal of just very assertive person tells you to do something, your first inclination is to do it. It's just the way human beings are built. Well, I'm telling you, don't, or do it slowly. Slow down. Take a breath. Ask, is this fucker, is he being honest with me? Is this real? Wait a second. I always do. I always try to not doing it your way. I'd rather take the risk. Even with shit, I just got into a big conflict with my realtor because she recommended this person at Remax in New Mexico, and I need a buyer's agent, right? And so I was like, first of all, I don't trust Remax as a name. I don't trust these big multinational corporations that are doing real estate. I don't like them. I don't trust them. I think that they're devils. I don't like dealing with them. And so I said, I'm gonna start doing my own research. I don't know. I don't like it. And she's like, no, you got to go with this person. This person knows what they're doing. And she said it with such confidence. And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. I'm going to go with this guy. I got a better gut feeling of this independent person that I found on YouTube and talked with and watched his videos and reached out. And my realtor was super angry at me. She got all pissed off at me when telling me that she's going to lose her referral money and all this stuff. And I'm like, None of my fucking business what's going on with your referral money. It's none of my business what's happening with you. You make enough money on the deal. You're making plenty of money. Why be greedy? Why be greedy? So anyway, I say always slow down, always push back. If somebody says something with a lot of confidence, you've got to raise your incredulity every single time. You must, or else you'll be taken for a fool. You'll be walked over. And it's not saying you have to be a dick and like flip people off and stuff. You just got to tell people matter of factly, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. Well, you're gonna be sorry. Yeah, all right. I guess I'll be sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to learn that lesson the hard way. I'd rather learn that lesson the hard way and I'll do it my way. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show in the history of YouTube. And I am so glad that you're alive and here with me. It looks like 52% of you say that conservatives are afraid of knowing stuff. Wow, split down the middle, huh? Split down the middle. I don't know. Why do they watch this shit on Fox News?
Tehran is asking to talk after a series of strikes over the weekend.
Tehran is asking to talk. Are they?
Tested the fragile ceasefire in the Persian Gulf, writing on Truth Social that the U.S. will hold fresh rounds of negotiations with Tehran tomorrow in Doha. This is as the peace is holding for the moment. Markets are.
Who are you going to talk with? I'm not going to tell you.
Something, and oil is holding steady as well.
You guys got to say some pictures of you talking to some Iranians. No. Trust me. Just trust us.
The White House is staying confident that a deal is within reach.
The president obviously wants to see the peace process play out, and the Iranians.
She's got that postnatal glow, huh? She looks like she's looking so erfrischt, isn't she?
Would be best to sign a good deal with the United States.
She looks so erholt, oder?
It's of America because the president has proven he's unafraid to use the might of our military. Gas prices will continue to tumble. We're seeing crude is lower than it was.
Is that the might of our military? We lost. So far, we've lost. What do you mean?
Prior to the start of this excursion, as the president calls it, the memorandum of understanding will continue to be discussed. The ceasefire is in place, and we hope that we can get to a good deal.
Caroline, your thoughts. Here we are again. It was disappointing that this exchange occurred back and forth. We're back in we're going to talk in Doha. Can we trust the negotiators in Doha, even though Kushner and Witkoff, always mean well and try to do the best for the country? This is something that has been going on now for quite some time, where Iran keeps violating.
They do the best of the country.
Keeps saying,
they do the best of the country.
I'm not really concerned with your financial problems, people. All you poors, you can't afford gasoline. I'm not really concerned. Not really concerned at all. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Sort of holding that nuclear option on reserve, but he doesn't use it.
Yeah, well, the MOU was always supposed to be just a precursor for a much more substantive agreement to come later. So that's all well and good. But I think to your point, it is significant that Iran has broken.
Is that what you think? Seriously? Caroline looks like a good FUK? Is Caroline Levitt a MILF? Is that what she is? That's so weird, man. That is so weird.
Basically every single promise in the MOU, not only not ceasing hostilities or all military operations, but they haven't stopped.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. The excursion.
It's an excursion. It's an excursion. It's just an excursion.
I love his hand motions.
It's an excursion. It's an excursion.
Threatening as well, and they're hanging that over our head. And I just do think there was an oversight in the original negotiation, which was to not really include Israel in the Lebanon situation, because obviously Hezbollah, one of the proxies of Iran, is going to continue to hit Israel hard. They're going to continue to send strikes, and Israel has no choice but to defend itself. And so then Iran can cite that as, oh, look, one of the U.S. allies is violating the
Israel has no choice.
terms of the MOU, even though they weren't initially included. But it's this tit-for-tat warfare that we see going on, and I do think it's interesting that Trump alluded in his Truth Social post, and it's hard to know what kind of commentary that he gives on there is really his true opinion on the matter. But there really are only two options, which is you give the bag away, you give a lot of concessions in exchange for peace, but then you have a lot of similarities with the Obama nuclear deal. Although I will say the criticisms of this MOU so far, especially from the left, are that this is essentially the same as what Obama did.
Yeah.
It's not in the sense of the context has fundamentally.
Yeah, it's essentially what Obama did. I love that Fox News is finally waking up to that fact. It's basically the same thing Obama did that Donald Trump ripped up in his first term because it had Obama's signature on it. And I just don't like Obama. And then he got us into a war, killed 13 Americans, thousands of Lebanese and Iranian people, 50,000, they say, Kurds or protesters or somebody died. I've never seen the video, but they say 50,000 people were murdered by the Iranian regime because of all of this, because of America encouraging them to do it. And now we're back where we started. Brilliant. One of the worst disasters of American foreign policy in my lifetime, for sure. for sure. Maybe in history.
Also, they've been severely weakened in advance of the conversation, so that changes the Obama game completely. But Dagan, I want to kick it over to you.
That changes the Obama game completely. They're weakened. Are they? Are they, though? Are they weakened?
Because many people are impatient and they keep saying Trump should have finished the job. He shouldn't have done a ceasefire at all. He gave them time to rearm and to get to the position where they are and they can punch back at us. But as long as we're sitting in a position where you duly noted in the first hour, whether it's the stock market, the oil price, or the bond market, that's not telling President Trump to do anything that isn't along the course he's on right now.
The course that, in my opinion, the White House has taken is to resupply the world with crude oil and distillates and
So it's about oil then? So it's not about nukes.
other fertilizer. And as long as Javier Blas made a joke over the weekend, the Bloomberg energy columnist, about hostilities shall only happen outside of market hours over the weekend. And it's like fighting, truce, talks, Doha, Qatar, market.
An hour before futures open, too.
Right. So
I should have invested in oil. I should have taken all my money and put it in oil.
we joke, but so
I put it in Melania coin. Donald Trump told me Melania coin is the future. And now I find out it's oil. Donald, you son of a bitch. No, Donald Trump never lies. I know that Melania coin is going to the moon. It is the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America. Donald Trump told me so, and I know that that's true. Hit that emoji erection if you agree with me. Hit that emoji erection if you agree with me. Give me some 100% if you agree with what I'm saying here.
crude is moving. Product is moving out of the Persian Gulf, and I will point to, and prices are contained, if not falling. Oil is up, and crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, was 67 and change before the conflict started, and gasoline was under $3 a gallon. It was $2.98. So current national average for regular unleaded is $3.86, falling, barely falling from yesterday. So we're starting to kind of slow down those declines in gasoline. But crude is still moving, particularly from Saudi Arabia. And these were Saudi is the second biggest producer in the world behind the United States. And
so what? It's at 386. Not good. Not good. Donald Trump said gas prices would be 50%, would be at $1.65 or something like that after 12 months of his presidency. It's at 386. It's higher than it was.
First group of Saudi super tankers, the very large crude carriers, have exited the Strait of Hormuz, now in the Gulf of Oman, on their way to Asia, to Japan. One exited Sunday, Monday in dark mode. Another has gone dark. Two others remain visible in the Saudi oil port. So that's what's most important in the next 60 days is, even though my reaction when the hostilities broke out on Friday, because I'm a nut, I was like, Operation Pulverize. Right. But that's not good for
Operation Pulverize, which is hilarious because I always say the word pulverize when I'm talking about Donald Trump's proclivity to his impersonation of the Cowardly Lion and the Wizard of Oz. I'll pulverize you. I'll pulverize you. I can't wait to pulverize you. Put him up. Put him up. And then Dorothy just boops him on the nose, and he turns into a crying bitch. Oh, Dorothy! Oh, hey, why'd you go and do that for? You're hurting my nose. So embarrassing.
United States, our deficits, our
this lady. I tell you, I'm from Texas. Our oil's gonna go down, okay? Because I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
Okay, so earlier today, I checked out the preparations for Donald Trump's 250th birthday party for America, which is having some attendance issues.
Happy early birthday, America. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us.
Sometimes the pictures really don't tell the full story because
No, sometimes the pictures don't tell this full story, but I think that these pictures do. There's nobody there. There's nobody there.
you look behind us, you see, okay, there are a couple hundred people back there, but the truth is when you make your way over here and you're in a wash of people.
There are thousands of people here, and I'll tell you what, that's with rain, with everything else going on, the fact that it is heightened security just because of
Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? Hold on, I got to get my Groucho Marx. Every time I steal his line, who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? There's thousands of people here, trust me. There's thousands of people here. Trust me. Don't you see the thousands of people here? Here they go.
world right now. It's really
We're awash with people, and boy, are they stinky.
an awesome crowd.
That is so sad. This picture really captures the problem.
This is so funny. Have you seen this? People are analyzing this dude's sunglasses. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. And you know what's sad? When I was in a band, we played state fairs, It was a great way to get your band out there, and they had battles of the bands and certain days at state fairs. And I was in the South, I was living in Virginia. We did North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia state fairs. And they were really cool because there's a big crowd. People are very happy. The food, everyone's going crazy. So it's fun. And all the other summer fairs. And
the organizers posted this photo of a performance on the National Mall. If you zoom in, let's do it on the.
Oh, that's so sad. That is so sad. This guy is playing to like 6 people. Like, I'm telling you, when I used to play state fairs, there would at least be like at the lowest 50 people, 100 people. And it would be a big show for when I was just starting out in my band. We got some attention. This guy is playing to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. I'm so sorry. That's so sad.
Taurus sunglasses. Oh, boy. You can see a crowd of less than a dozen people in the reflection. The organizers...
We're making mirrored sunglasses illegal. Mirrored sunglasses are now illegal at the National Mall. No more mirrored sunglasses. Look at the sun. No more sunglasses are now illegal.
Appear to have recently deleted that image from the social media feed, replacing it instead with this image of the performance, cropping out the guitarist and his really cool shades. Speaking of reflective surfaces, there's also the matter of the reflecting pool, which continues.
Can we just get some love for that guitarist? Honestly, I feel bad for the guy. I don't care if he did. He just was like, man, maybe I'll get a little exposure, a nice gig. It's hard to get a paying gig as a guitarist, and he does this thing, America's birthday, I don't care about politics. I just want to get my paycheck and play my music and have a good time. This poor guy. Now everyone knows he only played for like 7 people. I feel bad for him, honestly, because when I was in a band, sometimes you show up to a gig and nobody else shows up. You are playing for like 5 people and you're playing rock music and there's like 5 people like, oh, it's so sad. It's like takes the wind out of your sails. It's horrible, man. It's horrible.
Dog this administration as the landmark Trump promised in April to fix and paint American flag blue. It now remains very, very, very algae green ahead of the country's 250th birthday.
Danger explosives. What? Why is there a danger explosives?
I couldn't get any closer than this sign. New reporting in the New York Times found that right after Donald Trump's renovation, machines called nano bubblers were added to the side of the pool to kill all that algae. You can see them there circled on the left-hand side of the screen. But they were later removed as the city prepared for Trump's big old UFC birthday bash. The algae then, of course, promptly returned along with the nano bubblers. This is what I saw when I visited the pool earlier today.
There's definitely something in there. Yeah, it's pretty green.
It looks really green. Just in case I'm crazy or I'm not seeing this correctly, it's still very, very green, right?
Just like it's always been.
And they got kind of back to bluish last week, I think.
Well, that's what they say for a minute, but that's not natural. Nature abhors interference.
The truth is, there's always been a lot of algae. Now you could just see it more because the bottom is blue. That's all that's happening here. And yet, Donald Trump is such a little loser and crybaby. He'll make it about him, just like he made this whole pool about him. I've been to the pool dozens of times, and when you look at it, it looks like black and murky and some algae in there, and some little plants. It's not that big of a deal. Sometimes you even see little pollywogs or fish because birds come, and birds often have fish eggs on their feet. And so they got to deal with that. It's a big open body of water. The problem is Donald Trump can't just be like,
we tried our best. We're going to hold them responsible. And, fucked it up. We're going to fix it. No, we're going to fix it for the American people. We got to have a nice pool.
You can't just say something like that. No. He's got to make it. It was the vandals. Vandals.
It's the vandals are putting algae in the water. The water. People are putting algae in the water.
David Farenthold is an investigative reporter with the New York Times and has been covering
vandals are Antifa's collecting algae from other places and putting it in the water.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Full debacle, and he joins me now. I hate to ask a Pulitzer Prize winner what nanobubblers are, but what are nanobubblers?
Basically, it's a water purification device. It kills algae by using ozone gas.
Okay, and so they were removed, and this is the main reason. You're not an environmental reporter, but I do feel like you have been there so closely and watching this so closely. That's why it turned back to green today?
No, that's why it turned back to green a couple of weeks ago. Now everything's in place. The nanobubblers are supposed to be working.
They ain't working, I can tell you, David.
But the striking thing about this is Trump has posted all these memes of Biden and Obama sitting in kind of a green, fetid-looking pool to contrast to how he made the pool. And the pool in his ugly pictures of Biden and Obama looks like the pool in your photos today.
Is the idea that these nanobubblers don't have to be a permanent...
That's hella green.
...part of what's going on the National Mall?
Well, they always were. The plan for the reflecting pool was always to get this nanobubble filtration technology, put it in a sort of hidden filtration building. That's sort of
I'm so glad. I mean, I'm so glad. You know, when this all started, I said it's a dumb idea to paint it blue because you're just going to see the algae more, and that's exactly what happened. It ain't that big of a deal. It's not like Donald Trump. It's just stupid. He just wasted money doing something that anybody who's been there could tell him would happen. Anyone with any modicum of experience with this shit. Like, I'm not a fucking, my father was a general contractor. I'm not a general contractor. And I knew. I have a little tiny pond in my backyard. It's just a little one with fish in it. And I knew this. I grew up in California where people have swimming pools. And I knew this. Donald Trump should have known this. He's a fucking developer, supposedly. He's a guy who supposedly owns hundreds of pools. And he couldn't figure this shit out? This ain't brain surgery. This coming from a broke Elon Musk look like. Mario Contreras. Do you have a thing for Elon? Elon has spent millions of dollars trying to look like me, and I am flattered. Thank you. Elon Musk does not. This is all natural. I've had no work done. Elon Musk has spent a lot of money in gender affirming care to try to look like a real man. And I am proud to be his template. You know, he made a deal with me a long time ago. I had to send an NDA, but I don't respect NDAs. I'm an anarchist. I don't think NDAs are worth the paper they're written on. So Elon Musk had me sign an NDA that he's going to take pictures of me, full body. I had to get naked, and he wanted to look just like me. So he keeps spending all this money. He got himself a big penis implant, but penis implants ain't the real thing. My epic fury is strong, and he had to get a pump. You know what I mean? It's embarrassing for him. For me, it's flattering. I think it's great. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Sometimes the pictures really don't tell the full story, because if you look behind us, you see, okay, there are a couple hundred people back there, but the truth is, when you make your way over here and you're in a wash of people.
The leaks were fixed. The leaks were fixed like back in Obama era. The leaks were already fixed, and the thing still leaks. You're right, but they didn't fix shit. They put a shitty liner on it that didn't fix anything. It's falling apart. They didn't fix fuck all. The leaks, by the way, they cost money because it leaks into the groundwater and shit, but it's just the Potomac River. It's river water. It's not like we're losing money by filling it up. It's not like we lose money because it leaks. It leaks, which causes potentially further damage that'll fuck it up 20 years from now. And when Obama during his era, they put, I think it was like $40 million, and they fix all that shit, and they put a new filtration system for the river water, and it just is insufficient. It's a big pool that requires lots of maintenance. That's it. And he should have known that, because he's supposedly the smartest man who ever lived. He has a brain. He's a stable genius. He hires the best people. But no, he hired a no bid contract, paid $16.5 million that he says is closer to 10, but who cares? And he just fucked it up. And it's okay to fuck up, by the way. I just wish that he had some kind of brains and humility, but no, he can't even admit, hey, we hired the wrong guy. We were in a rush. Like, how refreshing would it be if Donald Trump came out like, look, we hired this guy. We were in a rush. We did a no-bid contract. You know what? He fucked up. Buck stops here. I'm responsible. We're gonna fix this thing. You know, I got $1 billion in the bank. I'm gonna go ahead and fix this fucking thing, so it looks pretty. It'll be my gift to America. You know, how nice would that be? How nice would it be? But instead, he's like, the vandals are doing, the Antifa's importing manure, and they're making it algae grow. Like, come on, man. Come on. It's just some shit that happens. Shit just happens. Okay? You should have not done a no bid contract. Say mea culpa and fix the fucking thing. That ain't this ain't the worst thing in the world to happen. Why you want to make it a scandal? Jesus. It's always this. It's always MAGA going like, oh, he wasn't actually friends with Epstein. He didn't even know him. Okay, we have all these pictures. Okay, he knew him, but not that well. Well, he is at the wedding, and Melania Trump was introduced to him by Epstein. Okay, but he didn't know anything about it. Okay. Now we have all this evidence that he knew something about. Okay, he knew about it the whole time, but he actually talked to the FBI. So he was part of it, but he snitched. Well, the FBI approached him because he's rich and famous, and he infiltrated the operation somehow miraculously. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I mean, how stupid are you? How stupid can you be?
There are thousands of people here, and I'll tell you what, that's with rain, with everything else going on, the fact that it is heightened security just because of the world right now, it's really an awesome crowd. And it's people that want to be here.
People want to be here. Don't you worry. Everyone wants to be here at the fair that nobody wants to go to. Give me a break. Who wants to go to this thing? Like, I would love to go to it, by the way. I would love to see a real fair. It would have been so cool, man. I always was jealous of the people alive in 1976 that got to do the whole 200-year anniversary thing. I thought it was so cool. I saw the pictures of the people in the 70s, like looking all cool and having the 1976 bicentennial, have a big party. My parents told me everyone had a big party, but not us. Donald Trump has to fuck that up too. He can't just say it's not about me, it's about America. No, he can't do that. It's just so annoying.
Believe your eyes. Don't believe your ears. I put on my glasses to get a closer look. The live shot literally behind all those people saying all those things tells a totally different story from the things coming out of their mouths. Hi again, everyone. It's 5 o'clock in the East. Donald Trump's long-awaited Freedom 250 Great American State Fair went off with a whimper this weekend with what looked like dozens of people showing up for the event, which was plagued with problems, power outages, a shutdown Ferris wheel, extreme weather, and the cancellation of a performance by one of the only artists who stood by Donald Trump, other than Kash Patel's girlfriend, and that was part of Vanilla Ice. Needless to say, the less than stellar reviews of the fair and the viral posts about his itty-bitty little crowds have gotten under Donald Trump's skin in a big way. Donald Trump posted this response.
We have the
on his
biggest
social
crowd.
quote.
Do you remember when, who was that guy? Who was the original Sean something? Who was that guy? What was Sean? Who was Donald Trump's first secretary of press secretary? What's his name? Sean Spicer, man. Remember when Sean Spicer, he comes out after the inauguration for the first term and he's like, Donald Trump had the biggest turnout in history, period. And it was like, dude, it's your first speech, press secretary Sean Spicer. Chill out. And we all saw the video. Not that many people showed up to the inauguration. Who cares? It's cold. It's January 20th. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. You don't get extra points for having the biggest turnout for your inauguration. Nobody puts extra feathers in your hat. Okay. You don't get a bigger, head covering, headdress or something. You don't get that. And there's no extra points, no extra score for getting more people to show up to your inauguration. Nobody gives a shit. Most Americans, millions and millions of Americans go about their lives not even knowing who you are or when the inauguration is. We should be anarchists because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares about your stupid inauguration. What does he do? He gets up on television. The biggest, bigger than Martin Luther King Jr. Very big, bigger than MLK, bigger than Obama.
Do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair at the National Mall packed with happy people? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm reading this. And everybody loving it.
Like, this is what we get instead. This is what we get. Ask yourself this simple. Do you think Obama or Sleepy Joe Biden could have done it? Yes. Actually, they would have hired other people to do it. Other people would have done it, and they would have backed the fuck off. Because why does Donald Trump have to be involved? Why would Donald Trump be personally involved in the 250-year anniversary party in front of on the National Mall? Why would you even be involved? All you got to do is say it's going to be great, and these guys are going to handle it. It's going to be amazing. I got the best minds from the Disney Corporation. It's going to be like Disneyland for America. We're going to get the Disney fucks to do it. Like, how hard would that be? Hey, we got $100 million. We're going to throw at the Disney Corporation. They're going to do it awesome. And if they fail, everyone's going to be pissed off at Disney. That's all you would have to do. That's what everybody else does. That's everybody else does. If they fuck it up, it's Disney's fault, not Donald Trump's fault. But instead, Donald Trump wanted to make it, I do everything. I am the totalitarian ruler of America, and everything goes through me. Everything. I am responsible for all. Nobody, dude. When you act like that, then any little problem, like the stupid pool that you drove onto to show everybody that you're the one who's in charge, or this stupid party for the 4th of July, you had to pretend like you did it all. Well, when you do that, you have to take responsibility for everything that gets fucked up, like the war in Iran. You decided that. So guess what? This is why it's really good to get international cooperation when you go to war, so that if somebody bombs a school full of kids, you all can be like, are you sure it was us? I mean, maybe it was the Germans. I don't know. Those Germans, they can't aim for shit. Maybe it was I don't know. That's why it's good not to go to war by yourself against a country unilaterally. Because then when you bomb a school full of kids, it's your fault, Donald Trump. You just murder a bunch of fucking kids. You can't just say, oh, these things happen in war. Oopsie daisy.
The president went on. Ask yourself the simple question. The president of the United States switched to all caps. Quote, do you think that Obama or Sleepy Joe Biden could have done it? The answer is
Obama.
In Trump's post, no. The answer was like Obama did it last week at the opening of the Obama Center.
Obama did do it last week at the Obama Center, and I guarantee you he had very little to do with it because he's a manager. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed, dude, it's funny. I read Donald Trump's book years ago, and I remember the part that really stuck out to me. He said he went to Trump Tower and there was like a smudge on the door handle going into the building. And rather than talk to like the manager or whatever, he found out whose responsibility it was. Because here's how it should work. Because I've worked in lots of hotels. What normally happens is when the president walks in and he sees something fucked up in the lobby or whatever, he tells a VP, and the VP tells a manager or a director, and the director tells a manager, and the manager gets this dude to go clean that shit up. That's how that works. But instead, Donald Trump decided to go directly to a guy and like fucking dress him down and talk all this shit and be really mean to him and tell him to clean this fucking thing. And then he praises himself about how attention to detail is everything. No, bro. You're the CEO. You shouldn't be worried about the door handles. That's somebody else's job. Go tell your VP. Go tell the building manager. Asshole. And I remember thinking that like Donald Trump is a fucking asshole, doesn't know how hospitality works at all, doesn't know how buildings work. He doesn't know. So either the story was bullshit or Donald Trump is a truly vile human being. Which one do you think it is?
Trump has a point. Obama has never in his life, like if Obama's motorcades draw bigger crowds for OTRs, trips that aren't even announced. But it was all part of a weekend that did little to turn around Donald Trump's political fortunes and dispel the belief among Americans that Trump is obsessed on himself and his vanity projects, more so than he is on the concerns of the American people or his own coalition, who are screaming at the top of their lungs about the economy and about a very unpopular war in Iran. As the deal to end that war with Iran, one of the main drivers of Trump's cost of living crisis all but collapsed, Trump appeared to be more focused on the national monuments / golf course tour. There's now a golf course on the agenda.
What?
And his apparent plan to plant 47 trees in his own honor, like in honor of him, according to new reporting in the Washington Post. And if you thought it couldn't get any worse, Vice President J.D. Vance bailed. He wasn't around to pick up any of the slack or absorb any of the embarrassment, saying,
I'm sure that J.D. Vance is watching the sinking ship and going like, well, howdy doody, I want it, because you know how he talks all fucking country, like he's always howdy doody. I don't want to go now living here in the city. I don't want to make myself. I'm just a hillbilly like you. I'm just a hillbilly like you. I ain't got nothing to do with that old Donald Trump. Now he done some things that ding dang dude I wouldn't do. I wouldn't have done them ding dang do doners. But here we are, and I'm gonna be president of the United States. I'm J.D. Vance.
oh, they rejected me, not you, Donald. He was promoting his book. He was on a book tour. This is all real. Donald Trump and his administration embarrassing themselves and our country by doubling and tripling down on self-aggrandizement as Americans can't afford to pay their bills and fill up their tanks with gas. It's where we start the hour with some of our most favorite reporters and friends. Scott MacFarlane's here. He's the chief Washington correspondent for Midas Touch, also joining us. New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold is back with us. And Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Heilman is here. Heilman, I'll start with you for some framing on this. Like, it doesn't read as real. I read this and I like, is this AI? Is this really what they're doing? And I thought about the book that I know you and I have been through, the regime change reporting, where one of the closest people to Donald Trump is this woman, Natalie Harp, who helps create this altered
I can't wait
reality
to
for
read
Donald
that.
Trump. But what is the
I really want to read that book by about the regime change, called Regime Change, by Swan and that lady. I think it'd be great. I can't wait to read it. Mr. Maybelline. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe Vance is born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Let's welcome tonight's guest.
If you want your Sky City Rebel, please consider becoming one. You get extra footage, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. We're going to do a secret stream after this. One of the Rebels only streams. Sky City Rebels, I love you. Thank you.
As a sportscaster, she once had to go to rehab for her addiction to icy hot. Republican Minnesota Senate candidate Michelle Taboya. He's Irish and Colombian, making him the original Jack and Coke. Former Trump advisor Steve Cortez. She once used a Band-Aid as a corset.
I wonder if she's such a skinny little legend, isn't she? What's her name? Something Timph. I love audiobooks. I wonder if did JD Vance record an audiobook for his new book Communion? Yes, he recorded it. Finding My Way Back to Faith. He recorded it. It's narrated by Vance for himself. It's 7 hours and 50 minutes. You should do it. She's cute. She's got her own little look. I don't know. She's funny because sometimes, like, she's a crazy conservative, but sometimes she makes fun of. I think the show's funny when they are making fun of each other. I really hate this show though because it's mostly just propaganda. But gotta watch it.
New York Times bestselling author Fox News contributor
Cat Timph.
And he inspires his female fans to shed their inhibitions and their dentures. Former NWA World Champion, host of the Planetary Podcast.
Tyrus just looks like an ape, man.
You know, Michelle, I enjoy those clips. There's so much there. The look on his face and going like, he never thought this would happen to him. Right. And plus, I love that the protester for once spoke in complete sentences. I used to like you. You were a pretty good candidate. Good on trans, but I'm very disappointed in you now.
That was quite good, Greg. That was really good.
Yeah.
You know, the anti-Semitism in this country is so flippin' baffling and disturbing. That's number one.
But I don't think it's in this country. I think it's in just slivers of intelligentsia.
Well,
I would
maybe that's true. Maybe
yeah.
that's true. That's like, you're right. I shouldn't paint with that broad of a brush. But where it does exist, Greg, it's baffling.
Yeah.
Particularly.
Are you ready for them to turn on Israel yet? Because they will. Are you ready? Because it's about to happen. Wait for MAGAs to turn on Israel. It's already happening. You keep on hearing Donald Trump talking shit on Israel. He's friends with Qatar. Keeps talking about how much he loves Qatar. Keeps talking about how much he loves Saudi Arabia. He's even now talking about how much he loves Iran and wants them to keep their missiles. So wait for Donald Trump and the National Socialists to turn on Israel. It's happening.
In this instance, I just want to echo something that you said earlier and really draw the line here for folks. Gaza does not treat queer people well, as you noted. It is a violent place, a dangerous place, an illegal place if you are in the LGBTQ community. Israel.
Do Palestinians treat gay people unfairly or badly? They face challenges. Some activists advocate openly cultural and religious conservatism leads to widespread societal rejection. Legal protections are non-existent. Individuals frequently risk discrimination, harassment, and social stigma. Civil rights groups have documented instances where both Hamas and the Palestinian Authority have harassed, arrested, and mistreated suspected LGBTQ plus individuals. Sounds like here. Palestinian-led LGBTQ plus organizations exist, but they operate under constant threat, face bans on public events, and struggle to officially register as LGBTQ plus entities. Historically, Israel intelligence has used the threat of outing gay Palestinians to the conservative society to coerce them into becoming informants. This has fueled further stigma and distrust within local communities. Isn't that something? The Israeli forces have used gay people and just threatened them that if you don't do what we say and infiltrate Hamas and be a spy for us, then we'll tell everybody that you're gay. And so now they distrust gay people even more. Because if you're a gay, you're an Israeli spy. It's always a little bit more complicated, isn't it?
On the other hand, treats the queer community very well. There's a rather large percentage of them. The
gayest place in the Middle East.
Honestly, it's the safest place.
It is.
It's the safest.
Pictures.
We own Israel, by the way. Do we? Is that true? We own Israel. It seems like we went to war in Iran because Israel said so. Maybe it's they jump and we say how high. Maybe it's they jump and we say how high. maybe they tell us, maybe the tail is wagging the dog. I mean, after all, the largest percentage of the GDP of Israel is tech and AI. I wonder if our oligarchs have any money tied up in Israel. Do we own them, or do the broligarchs own them? And if the broligarchs own them and they own us, who's really in charge? Not us. Not us. Elon Musk is in charge. And he did it with our money. He took our money and he made trillions of dollars. And now he owns Israel. He and his friends, Peter Thiel, those guys, they all own it. Not us.
It's the same.
Vacation there.
It's not that Israel owns us or we own Israel. It's that we both work. Our countries both work for the broligarchs. We are left out in the cold. The people of Israel, the people of the United States, the people of Palestine, the people of Iran, fucked. Because who's in charge is not our governments. They don't represent us. They represent the powerful, the moneyed. That's who they represent. Your president and your congressperson, more than likely, unless you got really lucky, does not even try to represent you. They represent the corporation or the broligarch or the rich families, the moneyed. You are left out in the cold. It's called corporatism or fascism.
3 times last year.
I was doing research for my documentary.
He was doing research. But like Tel Aviv in particular,
Yeah.
okay, very friendly. So that disconnect is mind-boggling to me. But you're right. What they're doing is they're just putting additional stripes on the flag,
Yeah.
and this flag eventually is going to be just a solid color of mishmash and mean absolutely nothing. But for the people who said,
And yet you will still be offended by the rainbow. It's just going to be a lot of stripes, and it won't mean anything. I don't know. You seem like you're still really offended by it being supposedly for everybody. It's supposed to be for everybody.
we're better than this, you'd like to think so, but I'm not seeing it. And I wish that we all held ourselves and everyone else around us to better standards than what we saw there. That was despicable, no matter what you think of Scott Wiener.
Michelle, defending the wiener. Good for you. Steve, do you get the impression that, I look at Greta Thunberg, that, climate change was the thing that 100% consensus went away. They had to replace it with something, and it's Israel commits genocide. Palestinians. Is that the replacement, or is it just another thing another log they're throwing on the fire?
I think the latter, another log. But first, I want to thank you for the Jack and Coke nickname. I like that. Thank you. But look, the Marxist purity Olympics always results in every.
What these fucks with their they just throw Marxist in anytime they. What is Marxist about anything about what they're talking about? What is Marxist about? I wish that somebody at some point would just be like, "What do you mean Marxist?" I wish they would just say that. Just play dumb. What do you mean Marxist? What do you mean? Curious. I don't know what that is. Tell me what's Marxism? What do you mean? How is this Marxism? How are we even talking about Marxism? How is Marxism germane to this conversation?
Player getting disqualified eventually, right? And that's what we're seeing here. The radicals eat their own, from the French Revolution to the Bolsheviks to the current day. And one thing I want to say.
I mean, the French Revolution, though, they did chop off a lot of you fucks. They chopped off your heads, though, didn't they? They did chop off a lot of heads, though, right? They did chop off a lot of heads, though, huh? They killed the king, right? I mean, it didn't go well, but they did kill that king. There's no king in France anymore. Without the French Revolution, there'd still be a king in France. So take the good with the bad on that one, I think.
As a campaign guy that I'm excited about, Republicans have a lot of problems heading into November. But one problem we don't have is, thank goodness, we have horrible opponents, right? I mean, the Democrats are as extreme and unlikable and anti-American as they could possibly be, and that's a great thing for November.
I hope you're right, because, some of them still win. Kat, I want to show you. Can you throw up a picture of this guy, Wiener? You know what really bugs me about this guy, Kat? Not that picture.
Well, I was going to say, what about that picture upsets you?
That picture.
Oh, you don't like that, huh? I bet you like it. I bet you like it. That's probably, you like Grindr so much.
I don't know about this picture upsets you.
Look at those abs, Kat.
Oh.
He stole his Christmas look.
Yeah.
I love that they sent that other picture first of his face.
Yeah, I was like,
what is it, like a pride parade or
This
something?
is what he wants. He wants a close-up of his face, not the abs. Kat,
I mean, would I have gotten a spray tan? Yes.
Yes.
But other than that,
maybe it's a fetish. They want him really pale. Did you feel bad for him, or just whatever?
Well, I mean, look, regardless of what your views are on anything, most people don't do that. And most people go into public expecting that other people are not going to do that.
Right.
And most people didn't. I mean, it was a small group, but he was persistent enough to have him want to leave.
That was a bar.
Yes,
yeah.
and I don't think the second guy was gay at the bar.
No.
But there are pro-Israel gay people.
Yes.
I'm sure there are many of them watching the show probably.
I think they're more of that than the other.
And there are people at the march, I'm sure.
There's a couple of them sitting on your panel.
That we're not thinking about that at all and just wanted to do drugs with a friend.
Yes. Amen. It was supposed to be, since when you have to bring in Middle East politics when you're doing poppers?
Right. I'm sure more people were just.
The fact that Gutfeld knows what poppers are, I mean, he did go to Berkeley. He did go to Berkeley.
There for the poppers.
Yeah.
Poppers in the sunshine.
Can you imagine somebody asking you about Netanyahu when you're doing nitrous?
And now everyone in Fox News has to look up what poppers are.
Nice alliteration, though.
Thank you. My head put those two together.
That was good.
Tyrus, don't you love how they always keep adding a new grievance? Like, can you you just mastered this grievance and then they add another one, and if you don't, you know what they do? They replace the melting pot of people with the melting pot of grievance.
Stupidity.
Yeah.
Be sure.
I mean, I like the grievance thing, the grievance sandwich. It seems like everyone's doing this, except I don't really see the Democrats having more grievances, to be honest. I don't really see it. Like, I think that the Democrats, at least the social Democrats, they have a message, finally. I think you say if you disagree with the message, that's something, okay? That's all right. That's all right. You could disagree with the message of the social Democrats. But what is the message of Donald Trump? What is the message of corporate Democrats? What's the message of the Republican Party or the Nazi MAGA? What's their message? I think the message of Nazi MAGA is just same old message, right? That the immigrants are the devil and that anybody who's gay is evil unless you have $1 billion like Scott Bessent, you can be on the cabinet. But everybody's evil who's non-white, and if you're an immigrant, you're evil, and you're an animal. He calls them animals, non-human. He says that they're not human, that people coming over the border are not human. So that's the message from the Nazi Party, and then from MAGA. And then you have the Democrats who are like, oh, well, if we just get back to normal, we can keep taking money from Israel and keep doing the status quo and doing the things that we love to do and stick up for corporations a little less, but not for you. We're not going to stick up for you. We'll just stick up for corporations a little bit less. We'll give you a little bit more protections from them. Maybe we'll subsidize healthcare more with your tax dollars a little bit. Like, I don't know, like, not very inspiring, right? I don't know what people are upset about with the social Democrats. The social Democrats are saying, hey, you're already paying a shitload in taxes. We're going to take those taxes. We're going to tax the rich a little bit more. We don't want to increase any of your taxes. We want to take your money that we're already taking, and instead of giving it to military and stupid shit, we want to give it to so that you can have healthcare. We want to put your needs in front of corporate profit. We want to give you through your taxes. You're paying for it either way. So then, rather than give money to corporations, we want to give money to create a healthcare system for you, and give you childcare and free buses and shit. Like, I don't know. It seems pretty fucking standard. I mean, that's the message, right? That they want to take the money that you're already paying, tax the rich a little bit more, tiny bit more, and make sure that your needs are met before we even talk about corporate profit. Makes sense to me. That's the message. The Nazi Party, the Republican Party, I don't know. It's just to hold on tight. We don't like wars, but spread your cheeks for Donald Trump because we still like low taxes for millionaires and billionaires. Like, that's the Republican. I skipped them because they're basically a fart in the wind. The Republicans are pretty much all gone. And all we have left are MAGA, the Democrats, and the Social Democrats. That's all we got left. That's all we got left in America. And who do you want to do? I mean, shit, I'm going to go ahead and do a poll real fast. Just very quickly. Let's see where you guys are. Let's do a poll. And we'll say whose message resonates most. Okay? And it's going to be MAGA, Republicans, which I don't even think Republicans really exist anymore. And we have Democrat and Democratic Socialist, they call themselves these days. All right. You've got 4 options on this one. Which one resonates with you more? Which message resonates most?
The holiest and most contested places on earth. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, a center of Islam for 1,300 years. 2 billion Muslims believe Muhammad ascended to heaven from here, making this the 3rd holiest site in Islam. And Muslims in Jerusalem say it's under siege from Jewish extremists backed by the current Israeli government who want to destroy the mosque and build a temple.
Okay. Jason Akai. No, anarchy is not messy, and it's definitely not medieval. Medieval would be like feudalism, right? That'd be basically just fascism, some other form of slavery. Anarchy is that you get to choose what you want to do, and you don't have leadership, and any kind of organization is consensual. You enter into consensual organization and order. The O stands for order. The A-O, the symbol A-O, the O stands for order, anarchy, order. Anarcho-communism, if you really want to get down into the deep roots and weeds of everything. But anarchy at the end of the day means no rulers. You can be your own ruler. And what's funny about people like you, Jason Akai, what are you afraid of? Most of your life, you live anarchically. You are essentially on your own for most of your life. No one's really fucking with you, and you get to do what you want. And then every time a cop fucks with you, or you have to go to the DMV and do your fucking thing and go and do all this shit, and they fine you, and you're doing all these things with your taxes, and you got to interact with the central government, ask them for permission to leave, pay the money to get a passport, get permission to go someplace. That's all anti-anarchic, right? That's fascist. That is uber control of the centralized state governments and stuff. You enjoy life more when you're an anarchist. So I don't know why you think it's messy, unless you think you yourself are messy. You have to do your own dishes, buddy. You got to kind of like take care of yourself, because you can be your own leader. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in yourself. Like I said, millions of Americans don't even know how the government works, don't care how the government works, have no idea, unless it's Donald Trump, because everyone knows who he is because he's famous. They don't know who Scott Bessent is, or Ryan Duffy. They don't know who AOC is. They don't know. They don't care. Millions of Americans go about their business and don't want to know. They want nothing to do with them. It's got nothing to do. They don't care. They don't care about the drama like me. I want to rail against them. I hate the power hungry. I hate those who are limiting us and taking justice away from us, hindering us. I hate them. But most people, they just try to leave me alone. They try to navigate around. They're trying to live without them. That's anarchist. Most people are fucking anarchists. They just don't know it.
In its place. They're supported by many evangelical Christians who believe in a prophecy that once the Jewish temple is built here, Jesus will return and bring the end of days.
But over here, as we can see, is the mountain of God. The mountain of God known as Zion.
Yehuda Glick is one of the leaders of the temple movement, pressing for more Jewish rights at Al-Aqsa.
Oh yeah, Jewish rights. We want to tear down this mosque to build another stupid thing.
I joined a group he was leading of mostly Christian tourists up to the mosque. To get there, we climb a ramp that goes over the Western Wall, the holiest site for Jews. They're still not allowed to openly pray inside the mosque complex, which Jews call the Temple Mount.
Unfortunately, we cannot sing. Jews are allowed to sing. Muslims are allowed to sing. Unfortunately, tourists are not yet allowed to sing. One of our major battles is to change that situation.
For Muslims, this isn't tourism. It's a provocation and a religious takeover. The Israeli government used to worry about upsetting centuries of a religious status quo and potentially sparking a global religious war. Violence has flared here before, when Israeli politicians and settlers have stormed the Al-Aqsa compound. Today, Israeli police maintain a heavy presence.
So we read the prophecy of Zechariah.
For Glick and his tour group, this is a walk through prophecy and scripture.
Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for behold, I will come and dwell in your midst.
The group imagines what this compound would be like without the mosques.
I mean, isn't this kind of like going to Buckingham Palace and seeing how they do things all stupid? Have you ever been to Buckingham Palace? You see the changing of the guards, and they're all on their horses with their shiny helmets, and there's other guys with their big bearskin helmets, and they're all going, they shout a bunch of shit, and they do a little dance with their horses, and they then they go, and then they do a little tour of the Hyde Park or whatever that park is called right there by the palace. And then, is it Buckingham? Whatever that stupid palace is called in London. And then they go around, they see that, and then you watch the changing of the guards, and you're like, this is all just pageantry. This is all stupid. This is all stupid. These guys with swords and the whole fucking thing. This is all just for the tourists, right? No, but they're actually military, and they're just doing this thing that they've always been doing because we always been doing this shit, so we got to do it. And they're doing a similar thing when you go to the Tower of London. You go to the Tower of London, they're doing a similar thing. They got the beef eaters there, and there's like the beef eater. They got these beef eaters with their stupid hats, and they're like, oh, we're the tower, the power, the tower. And they're just, isn't that the same thing? This idiot shit that they're doing in this mosque and the temple and like all these religions, man. You know, I like to say that religion isn't a cult, but the churches definitely are. Give me a break. Like, you guys are going to war because these buildings, God does not live in a building. God might not exist. He doesn't exist. But even if he did exist, he doesn't live in a building. Okay?
But with a Jewish temple here instead.
Miracle signs and wonders. Miracle signs and wonders. Miracle signs and wonders.
Sydney Galbraith is a tourist from Canada. She describes herself as a Christian Zionist and a true believer.
And what do you think should happen to the Muslim sites that are here? The Dome of the Rock?
Burn them.
The Al-Aqsa Mosque?
You know, I think the Lord is going to do something so unusual that our minds can't conceive. If he were to tell us, we wouldn't understand. But we know that this is his land, and we're going to watch him push them out. He's going to totally drive them out because this is the place where he has, this is my land.
Drive out the Muslims.
Yeah.
Do people not see women like this and know they're fucking crazy? If you met this guy, if you met this lady at a bar and she was like, God's land is right here, and he's gonna, our minds can't even comprehend what's gonna happen, but he's gonna drive all those Muslims out. Trust me, it's gonna happen. Like these terrorist eyes. Why? How come the religious zealot always has the same eyes? Like, what the hell is up with these people? What happens in your brain that your eyeballs end up like this?
And you want that to happen?
Yes. Yeah. This is the Lord. This is our place.
But those are biblical prophecies. What about in practical terms? What about the Muslims who live here and who come here every day?
Gonna go to the another place. I don't know.
A better place, huh? They're gonna go to a better place, huh? Psychosis. Jen Bat says it's psychosis. My God. Judeo religions have only been here for 3,000 years, but humanity is 250,000 years. I mean, yeah, Judeo Christianity, the whole thing is the soulless eyes, man. The religious zealotry, man. It's hard. Josh G. It's amazing to me that there are so many people that believe in this invisible world and that God is going to put his finger down and kill all the Muslims. Can't wait. It's going to happen soon. God is coming. It's going to happen in my lifetime. Something's going to happen that we can't even imagine. I think I can imagine it. They're going to kill all the Muslims and burn down the building. I think that I can imagine that shit. I can imagine that really well. I think I can got that right.
Speak up for science sake.
It's not the first trip here for Jerry Bowers from Texas.
You're a pastor.
Yeah.
Why did you come here today? Why is it important for you to be in this spot?
It's important to be in Israel itself.
Israel.
In order to support.
Move to Israel. Move to Israel.
Support this nation during time of war. And because we believe as Christians that this is going to be the eternal gathering place for all Christians at the end of time.
Who do you think should control this spot? Do you think it should no longer be controlled by Muslim authorities? Do you think this should be controlled, run, dominated by the state of Israel?
I believe that because there's going to be more freedom here if it's administrated by the state of Israel.
More freedom? Not for the Muslims, right? More freedom for whom?
The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Golden Dome.
Not for me. It's not going to be more freedom for me.
Of the Rock are among the most recognizable symbols of Jerusalem. The Dome of the Rock stands over the rock, where, according to religious texts, God is said to have spared Abraham's son Isaac from his father's knife. Jews, Christians, and Muslims all tell the same story, with some variations. 3,000 years ago, the same rock is believed to have been at the center of the first Jewish temple, built during the reign of King Solomon the Wise. It was destroyed by the Babylonians in 587 BC and rebuilt by Jews after their return from exile decades later.
Just some pissing rock? That's the big deal. They all want this pissing rock.
Only to be destroyed again by the Roman Empire, which crushed a Jewish revolt in 70 AD.
Like, look how much death and destruction is caused by this nonsense. Look how much death and destruction is caused by this Judeo-Christian nonsense. And by Judeo-Christian, I mean the Muslims too. I mean, that shit came around in the medieval era, right? The Dark Ages. Like, can't we just... I wish that people could just snap and wake up. You ever remember when you were in kindergarten, they had like nap time and you were the only kid, you woke up early. It happened to every kid at least once, where like you woke up and all the other kids were still asleep and you're like, you really wanted to go play and all the other kids were still sleeping. So you just had to kind of wait in the dark and you're wide awake and you're like, come on, let's go. I feel like that's how I feel in church. That's how I feel for all of you who really believe that there's some kind of cosmic battle between good and evil and the devil and the angels and all this bullshit. And that Israel and the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims, they're all going to have some holy battle. My God, man. Wake up. I wish I could wake you all up. I wish I could.
The Jewish Western, or Wailing Wall, is the best preserved piece of the Second Temple
Kiss the wall. Kiss the wall.
complex still remaining, and it is the holiest place in Judaism. When Muslims conquered Jerusalem in the 8th century, they built the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and it has been under Muslim control ever since. But some Jews and Christians believe God has a plan to build a third temple, the final temple, before Armageddon.
Synagogue.
Glick insists his intentions are peaceful.
In the past, they told us if Jews would pray here, it's going to bring a third world war. It's not. Here we are.
Changes are happening quickly. We pass other tour groups like Glick's, and a group of religious Jews who, despite the strict prohibition against prayer, prostrate on the ground, protected by Israeli police.
Unbelievable, because in the years that I was here in the battle, if anyone dared to prostrate, it would be.
Yeah, I'm going to lay my face on the ground because why? Because I'm moved by the power of God.
Immediately arrested. But here now, the policemen allow them to prostrate over here.
Jewish groups increasingly wave Israeli flags inside Al-Aqsa as well. The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he maintains a policy of supporting the status quo, prohibiting Jewish prayer at the site. Members of his government, including Justice Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, openly defy the policy, frequently visiting Al-Aqsa and bringing Jewish settlers to pray. It's all being watched by Muslims across the Islamic world who consider the site to be fundamental to their identity. Just outside Al-Aqsa, I met researcher and analyst Mazen Jabari. He can trace his family's history here over 600 years.
How important is this?
My people been here 600 years. Well, my people been here for 601 years.
To Palestinians and Muslims around the world.
Yeah, me as a Palestinian, as I told you, living here, very close to this place, okay? I feel that this place is part of what I am. As a human, this is part of me, not just as a religion.
How explosive is
bullshit
the situation here? How sensitive is this place?
It is very sensitive and very dangerous. You are playing with fire when you want to change, the situation inside. And reality is, it means that you want, to bring more war.
The Jordanian organization that manages the religious affairs of Al-Aqsa, called the Jerusalem Waqf, told us the frequent storming of the mosque by settlers has become a systematic policy supported by the Israeli authorities, adding that it implies an attempt at long-term settlement and imposing a new reality on the ground. The encroachment on Al-Aqsa is part of a larger pattern of occupation of Palestinian spaces. In the old city of Jerusalem alone, Palestinian families are increasingly displaced from their homes. Israeli flags hang from apartments taken over by settlers. In West Jerusalem, I spoke to Aviv Tatarsky, a researcher with the Israeli organization Ir Amin, which documents conflict in Jerusalem. He's been following the Third Temple movement for years.
Do you think it's going to happen? They're already building mock-ups and models of the Third Temple. So are they actively trying to make this happen?
It's very clear that these temple movements are working towards the specific goal of rebuilding the Third Temple. And as you said, they are doing all the preparations. Normally, 10 years ago, I would tell you, this is a joke. They do what they do. Everyone understands that they're dangerous, that they're crazy. No one serious.
That's what everybody says. That's what they say about Donald Trump. No one's going to take it seriously. It's what they say about Adolf Hitler. Yeah, come on. He says all this shit, but it's not really going to happen. And then it happens, and people are like, we didn't think this shit was going to happen. Shocking.
One in the Israeli government is going to let them do it. Today, we are in a completely different situation. Today, they are in the government, in the heart of the government. So yeah, they are working towards it. And as security deteriorates, this gives Israel more and more excuses to change things on the Al-Aqsa compound.
At the end of the tour, I wondered if Glick will get his way. He is determined. In 2014, he was shot 4 times by a Palestinian gunman after speaking at a conference on the Temple Mount movement. He shows no signs of slowing down.
Do you think your movement is winning, is gaining traction?
Yeah, look, when I started 40 years ago, we had only maybe 100 Jews who ascended annually. Today we had 70,000.
70,000 per year.
Jews, millions of tourists, and the numbers have grown, and the numbers are growing, and more and more. And what's interesting is when we were so few, it was full of violence. The more we see, more and more people coming, peace and quiet.
What happens here has implications far beyond Jerusalem, in this place where prophecy, faith, politics, identity, and control all come together in an explosive mix. Richard Engel, NBC News.
Look at this thing. Look at it. Of course they want this thing. Of course they want that. Look at that. Everything's built up. They want that so badly. That little spot where the Muslims have their little prayers. We got to get that piece.
We want that piece, that little spot right there. Got to have that little spot that's got a rock in there. That rock is magical. That's a magic rock. And that magic rock belongs to us. We want that magic rock.
Well, it looks like the liberals can't take even a day off from their TDS to celebrate America's beautiful 250th anniversary. Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is blaming President Trump for the left's lack of enthusiasm for Uncle Sam's big birthday. And Joy Behar, forget about it. She can't find any joy because all she sees is orange. Watch.
I have to say that I'm embarrassed for this country, the way he's been treating immigrants.
Yeah.
He's been separating kids from their families. In that way, we should all be.
We have a president that looks at every opportunity, not as an opportunity to bring the country together, but to further divide us. And even this 250th celebration, this is really an opportunity to think about like the history of our country and all the great things we've done, all the innovation. But what's going to happen on July 4th? Yeah. We're going to have a rally.
Yeah.
I always wonder what happened to Sloth from Goonies. And those two aren't the only 250 party poopers, at least 9.
Sloth from Goonies. Deep cut Kennedy. Do you remember when Kennedy was a VJ? Man, I was at a casino. I was at Red Rock Casino and I saw an ad that said, Kennedy's coming. Buy your tickets now. She does a stage show, this lady.
Democrat-led states are opting out of President Trump's Great American State Fair, declining to operate official state pavilions. Pennsylvania was on the snub list until Senators John Fetterman and Dave McCormick stepped in to organize Pennsylvania's presence, sidestepping Governor Josh
Way to go, Fetterman.
Shapiro, who said state officials could not find a business to sponsor the booth. Harold, this is such nonsense.
Well, the World's Fair 2000, I was there. I worked in Germany, Hanover, Germany, when it was going on. And America said that they were going to go. They were going to have the biggest pavilion. They reserved the biggest spot. It was going to be this big show. And at the last second, America backed out and said that they couldn't find businesses to be at the World's Fair, the biggest World's Fair in history, the year 2000. And since then, America doesn't do the World's Fair. We don't host it and we don't go to it. Why? Because we're a bunch of fucking assholes.
Joy Behar saying we should all be embarrassed to be an American. I know you don't share that point of view, but why is it so hard for some of your fellow Democrats to be even slightly patriotic right now?
I think a lot of Democrats are incredibly patriotic. I'm one of them. I do think Mark Kelly, I think the point he was making is a little more nuanced about whether or not we find ourselves being brought together, if the language is unifying enough at the top of all of our politics, Republican and Democratic politics, the president, Democrats alike. I'm proud to be an American, not because I view it narrowly as the Americans that are running the country today. It's the experiment that I celebrate. It's the experiment.
Yeah, she was a VJ. Kennedy, remember her?
Allowed me to, in my family.
Now she's a Fox News pundit.
To have the setbacks, the triumphs, the joys of being American. And in fact, I can't think of any other place in the world I want to live. You don't see people beaten down.
This is a divisional flag. Why, Nate Quinn? Why are you so... this is not the first time you throw a little fit. Cry more. Cry more. You don't like it? It's June 30th. It's the last time you'll have to see it, Nate. I know it makes you cry. You just don't like standing in solidarity with the people who are held down by the despots. Sorry, this is June, buddy boy. It's June. Take it easy. It's all right, honey. It's all right, honey. You can cry.
Walls trying to get into China.
Just get it all out. Just get it all out. Cry. It's only one more day.
They're trying to get here because they know the opportunity is here. Now, we have to continue to strive to make it better. And that's where I wish those who are not as optimistic, and there are many reasons not to be optimistic today, but those who are not as optimistic as many would like to be and patriotic as people want to be, think of the country. Think of what the country has gone through. Don't think of the individuals. Don't personalize this with whether you like President Trump or you don't like Democrats.
Donald Trump made it about him. It's not like we all wanted to fucking do that. Donald Trump made this whole thing about him. He put the stupid arc. The arch that's there, it reminds me of the Stonehenge art. It reminds me of the Stonehenge in fucking in Spinal Tap.
We are the greatest country in the world because we can all sit around and on our best days try to make the country better by being unified, or fighting with one another and still being able to call ourselves America and still being able to cling to the great things that this country strives to be.
So, Jesse, if Kamala Harris were president right now, I would still be on my balcony singing the national anthem to the Whitney Houston 1990.
She wouldn't have made it all about Kamala Harris. It's that simple. Kamala Harris wouldn't be like, it's my birthday.
91 Super Bowl version, which is the best of all time, maybe slightly inebriated, of course, just drunk on the joy of seeing this incredible anniversary. If Kamala Harris were president, I would be, again, screaming my head off for the U.S. men's national team. Right. They're going to play on Wednesday in the round of 32. I hope they win. Is it because President Trump is lording over a couple of massive milestones? Is that what really burns their back?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if Kamala were president, we're still better than Canada. I mean, and Harold's right. We're the envy of the world. They want our wealth, our military, our sexy cable news hosts. Thank you. Our air conditioning, apparently.
Yes.
Mark Kelly is going to be senator longer than Donald Trump is president. Joy Behar has been on The View for like 17 presidencies. Have a little patience, okay? He's gone in 3 years, maybe. But you can't You can't have your patriotism ebb and flow depending on who's on the White House. It's fine. Biden was president. I was still almost getting arrested for shooting off fireworks. The funny thing about Democrats is that they say they're mad that Trump's treating illegals the way he is. They weren't proud of the way Biden was treating illegals. They were trying to hide that. They were flying them here at midnight. They didn't send reporters to the.
Wait, so you like the way Biden? Wait, hold on a second. So now you like the way Biden was treating illegals? Is that what you like the way Biden was treating people? Is that what you're saying? Because I keep on hearing this whole time, Jesse Waters has been saying that Biden did nothing. So did Biden do something or did he not? Was it an open border or was it not? It was never an open border. So now he's telling you he doesn't even believe the shit he's saying, that it was an open border and Donald Trump closed it. That's total bullshit.
Border. They did it all undercover. They lost 300,000 kids. Did they look for them? No. They are radically trying.
How'd they lose 300,000 kids if they weren't doing anything? By the way, let me just fact check that really fast. Jesse Waters just said that Biden and his administration lost 300,000 kids in his processing of quote unquote illegals. Is there veracity to the statement? The claim that Biden lost 300,000 migrant children is based on a bureaucratic paperwork issue identified in the Associated Press fact check, not that 300,000 children are missing or victims of trafficking. And the source originates from August 2024 DHS Inspector General report, which found that from fiscal year 2019 to 2023, Immigration and Customs Enforcement failed to properly serve notices to appear in court to over 290,000 unaccompanied minors. The same report noted that additional 32,000 unaccompanied children were given court dates but never showed up. Paperwork versus disappearance. The report concluded ICE could not consistently monitor the whereabouts of these children because they were never scheduled for court dates, creating a massive paperwork gap. The American Immigration Council stresses that this is largely an administration and tracking failure, as ICE is not fundamentally a child welfare agency. Children who miss court dates face higher risk of exploitation or human trafficking. The subsequent administration has made it an active priority to locate and verify the safety of these children, actively auditing Senator Chuck Grassley's press release and investigating the past sponsor vetting process. Okay, so there is danger, but there is a paperwork issue, not that these children are actually lost. They're not actually lost. They just were never given notices to appear in court. Okay. And that 32,000 also were unaccompanied minors given court dates, but they never showed up to court, which why would you? But hey, okay. So sort of bullshit. I think that's one of the, if I were the Snopes, I'd say mostly lies, mostly a lie.
Trying to fundamentally, Barack Obama, quote unquote, transform America by putting new people in it, by trying to arrest the president, by telling us what kind of cars to drive, what we can say, what we can't say, putting a cap on our
what kind of cars to drive. Donald Trump says I can't buy one of those BYDs. Isn't the Chinese electric car called a BYD?
Net worth. If I want to be a trillionaire, damn right I'll be a trillionaire. Don't try to stop me.
You won't be a trillionaire.
And so at the end of the day, they're mad at Trump and America for saying no. You can't.
You have to steal money from the American people to be a trillionaire.
America's not succumbing to all of their seditious schemes. That's why they're unhappy, and they're trying to make everybody else just as unhappy as they are.
Yeah, but I was shocked at the states who didn't want to participate in this incredible fair honoring 250 Illinois, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, North Carolina.
An incredible fair.
Come on, I thought you guys were rational. That's where NASCAR is. Oregon, Washington, bunch of colonies.
It's interesting that several of those were of the 13 original colonies. And
a great point.
I was thinking back to when 17.
I like how they're like several of the states that want nothing to do with this bullshit that Donald Trump is doing were the original colonies. Doesn't that tell you something?
Sorry, when 1976 came around, I was only 4, but some of my earliest memories are from my dad trying to explain to us what a big deal it was. And we flew the flag every day. We went to Mount Rushmore for fireworks. And if you found one of those 1976 quarters, it was a big deal and it was exciting. It was wonderful. Do you think my dad thought that Jimmy Carter was a great president?
I think the same thing. Wouldn't it be great? But Jimmy Carter didn't make the whole thing about him. It's not about Jimmy Carter didn't make it about him. He didn't try to put his own face on a fucking coin. The coin that you're talking about did not have Jimmy Carter's face on it.
In 1976, Jimmy Carter didn't think that. Nobody thought that. And so it's if you just fast forward only just that many years, and we're at this point where those governors of those states, like Josh Shapiro, wants to run for president or says he does, and he's been a fairly reasonable and a great executive, and you can't find a business in Pennsylvania. Like, stop! Don't lie to us. If you don't want to participate, just say so. But lying that you couldn't find a business to participate is ridiculous. So McCormick and Fetterman joined forces.
Businesses
with a lot
want
of other
nothing to
small
do with
business
this
people,
shit.
citizens of Pennsylvania.
Businesses want nothing to do with it. It's all just liability. That you want the business to pay money to be part of this idiotic thing, and then they look like shit, and then they lose business because they have the appearance that they're supporting Donald Trump because Donald Trump has made it all about him. And that every business that shows up, Donald Trump will be like, oh, all these businesses support me. And so they lose. They pay money to lose? No, thank you. No one's going to say yes to that. Sky, can you explain me why they arrest and detain migrant tourists and citizens and children for months and months instead of deporting them? Now they're getting fed and getting free healthcare. Like and subscribe. Yeah, I'll be happy to. So what happens a lot of times if you're 18 and you show up, okay, so anybody who is seeking asylum, it's a human right. According to the UN, and I think in 1948, I forget what year it was, all the countries signed this thing called the Human Rights they got about the Human Rights Accords or Human Rights, they got a list of them. And number 13 is that you can leave your country. It's your human right to leave and come back. But there is no corresponding right that you can go anywhere. But asylum seekers in the human rights laws, though that we've all signed, the human right law is that you can get asylum anywhere by crossing a border. If you have X, Y, all these different things, right? Either because of your race or your sex or whatever. There's a bunch of rules, and climate's not one of them, and economics is not one of them. But if you're afraid of your life, and you show up at the border, you cross the border, that's all you have to do, you can claim asylum. But the thing is, what they'll do now and what they've been doing in the past, if you're over 18 and you show up across the border, we say, okay, you have to wait on the other side of the border. So if you come in like from Colombia and you get to the border of the United States of America and you cross it and you say, I want asylum, they're like, okay, no problem. Take a number and then fuck off. Go back on the other side of the border. You can't wait here. Of course, during Joe Biden's era, many of them were allowed to wait inside the country. But here's the thing. A lot of these people are like 18 years old or something, and their kids are minors, and now you have them in custody. Are you supposed to just take the kids and send them back over the border and say, wait over there? Or do you split the family and say, we'll take the kids because we don't want to cause a humanitarian crisis. We'll take the kids. You wait on the other side of the border, and your kids will wait here. What do you do? So you end up with people who are unaccompanied, either because they were forced, they were split up intentionally, or somebody ran. That happens all the time too. They catch a bunch of people, and the kids go to this jail, and the parents go to this jail, and they lose track of them. And now you have unaccompanied minors, and the parents have been deported, but the kids are still waiting trial, waiting to see what we're going to do. Happens a lot. So they arrest and detain migrant tourists and citizens for months and months instead of deporting them, because where are you going to deport them after that? You see the problem? You've lost the others. You took a family, you split them up. The parents got to either were told to wait or deported, and the kids are still here. But if you lose where the parents went, or they're dead, or whatever happened, and you can't get a hold of them, you have no idea what happened. What do you do with the kids? You deport them? Where are you going to fucking send them? You send them back to Colombia with nothing, no parents, nothing. Just send them to Colombia to starve, to die? Is that the plan? You just drop them off? And it's a huge, huge, huge problem. It's a massive problem. And so that's why you keep hearing about these unaccompanied minors, kids stuck in the system. And the kids, there's what's really fucked up. Under Donald Trump, They don't even get lawyers. Under Joe Biden, they had lawyers. The kids would have lawyers assigned to them. But now the kids are sitting there. They don't speak the language. They're sitting in a court with headphones being translated into their language. They have no idea what these terms mean, no idea what's happening. And they're just grist for the mill. So they end up in foster care. They end up somewhere, or they just end up rotting in prison. These kids, children's prison. And they grow up in a concentration camp. But what else are you supposed to do? Just let everybody in because it's your human right to move? It is your human right to movement. We signed the human rights laws. It's your right to move. Ever since we created all these stupid nation states, and we didn't want to have empire. The age of empires is over, and the age of nation states is upon us. And in order to navigate this crazy world, this crazy era of nation states, we have human rights. And if you violate those human rights, you've committed a crime not against just that individual, but a crime against humanity. If you're not allowed to leave and you're not granted asylum, you guys should watch this movie. I watched this movie last night called The Welcome Table. You should totally see it. It explains a lot of this, actually.
Pennsylvania. This is where the Declaration of Independence was signed. This is where the Liberty Bell is. You want to talk about the Civil War? Gettysburg, the Gettysburg Address. It's written in the thing. So I think it's a bummer that people don't want to go, but also it's mostly like, think about the children. My memories.
Think about the children. I love it when blonde Valley girl said, think about the children.
That time at a fairly early age set a course for me. It gave me the love of country that has helped me fulfill the pursuit of happiness. It isn't guaranteed, but the pursuit of happiness, it was able to lift me up. And I think it's a bummer that they want to tell their children that it's not a great country. That's a terrible way to raise kids. Amen.
Because it's not, because they aren't allowing you to pursue happiness. That's the whole point, you dumb bitch. The whole point is that the country is not allowing people to pursue happiness. We are rationing those rights, saying that if you're born someplace else, that's not a right. Now, of course, in our Declaration of Independence, it says inalienable human rights. We hold these to be self-evident, right? Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Well, if it's for all humans, then why are you saying that people born in a different part of the world do not have that right? Obviously, you're the one who doesn't believe in the Declaration.
Each deeply reported account of self-dealing from the Trump White House seems to get more brazen than the one that came before it. The New York Times has now reviewed a number of federal filings and is out with an extraordinary piece of investigative reporting that details the latest way that Donald Trump's family and allies appear to be profiting off Donald Trump's policy decisions as president. It involves a $1 billion mining deal with Kazakhstan, and one that both Trump and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's son stand to profit from. In a meeting last September, Donald Trump and Howard Lutnick secured a deal with the leader of Kazakhstan to give a little-known American company, now called Kaz Resources, access to one of the world's largest untapped reserves of tungsten. It's a crucial rare earth mineral. Here's where the apparent self-dealing comes in. According to the New York Times, weeks after that meeting, quote, investors with a firm called Dominari Securities, which is housed at Trump Tower in New York and partly owned by the president's two eldest sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric
Hit that like button, double tap the screen, please.
Trump joined with other partners to take a 20% stake in the corporate entity related to the Kazakhstan project. Around the same time, Cantor Fitzgerald, an investment company controlled by Howard Lutnick's family and overseen by his sons, Brandon and Kyle Lutnick, helped one of the lead investors working with Dominari on the Kazakh deal raise $210 million in new capital for...
It's so messed up. I mean, I read about this tungsten mine a while back, and look at these. They're all in Kazakhstan doing this. The Lutnick family, of course, the Lutnick family is super evil. They own Tethercoin, and these two clowns own USD1. They're crypto billionaires now, and they own counterfeit US dollars. Pretty messed up.
...related entity. Such rounds of fundraising typically net Cantor millions of dollars in fees. The deal was, quote, ultimately signed on November 6th, 6 days after the investment involving the Trump sons and their partners, which was not publicly disclosed at the time. As the New York Times reports, this continues a pattern of self-enrichment in the second Trump administration that has few precedents in American history. When asked for statements, both the White House and the Commerce Department rejected any suggestion that the Trump administration was improperly mixing government actions with family business. Trump's sons both denied being involved in the specifics of the deal. Eric Trump claimed they were passive investors. A Cantor Fitzgerald spokesperson said that company's executives were not involved in discussions related to government funding.
and Dominari Securities didn't respond to the Times request for comment. Joining our conversation is Donald Sherman, the president and CEO of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
Just so embarrassing.
Only on Fox 11, a father detained during a routine ICE check-in, but tonight he and his family are facing a painful uncertainty. We go live to Fox 11's Christopher Harder and Van Nuys with details.
Here you go. Northridge father detained by ICE during routine check-in. Northridge is up the street from me. When I was a kid, I used to go to Northridge Skateland. Northridge, it's where the earthquake was.
Christina, a 46-year-old man from Northridge is in ICE custody tonight, being held in Adelanto for 4 weeks now and counting, despite the fact that his family says he actually won his immigration case.
It's heart-wrenching to see my country do this to us.
The Raudas family of Northridge thought their battles with ICE ended in 2023 when a judge ruled the government could not deport Miguel Raudas to Nicaragua. But now they say the Trump administration has detained him and is trying to send him to a third country.
It's tearing families apart.
Isn't that cute? They're going to deport him to a different country, not his country, just some other country.
For no reason. Miguel is not undocumented here. We already went through the whole process. We won his case, and they still detained him.
The family tells us in 2016, Raudas was detained by ICE for 6 months, leaving his American-born wife to give birth to their twins without him. He was released on bond and fought a removal order for 7 years.
That's pro-human, right? That's pro-rights, right? Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? That's what we're doing. You don't get to see the birth of your kids because you weren't born here.
Until a judge agreed he would face political persecution in Nicaragua. But on May 29th, the 46-year-old was detained again at an immigration check-in and hasn't seen his daughters since.
But they do not understand what's going on with our government or this administration. They're 9 years old.
Raudas' attorney says ICE is arguing that although they can't deport him to Nicaragua, they can send him to a third country, a move that is usually only reserved for severe criminals. They tell us Raudas did have a DUI in 2015.
Oh my God, he got a DUI?
That it hasn't been brought up in this case, and he has no other criminal history.
One of the big concerns with the third country removals is that that third country would just turn around and remove them to their country of origin, where the judge has found that it's more likely than not that they will suffer persecution or torture.
The attorney says Raudas is being held illegally. She also says that a judge has temporarily barred the government from sending him out of California, and she hopes a judge will make that order permanent. We did reach out to Immigrations and Customs Enforcement for comment. We were asked for more information and are still waiting to hear back.
They kidnapped this guy. They kidnapped him and they put him in a concentration camp. How do you not see that this is a concentration camp? How is this different than what they did to the Jews? Oh, we're going to get you out of the country. Where are we going to put you? Yeah, fucking Poland. I don't know. We're going to send you someplace else, that's for sure. Not here. You know that one of the reasons why we have the human rights law that of asylum seekers is because Jewish people were fleeing Germany and we sent them back. We said, you're not allowed in. That's what we said. Italians too. You're not allowed in. And so they got slaughtered. They had to go back to Germany and they got slaughtered by the Nazis. We caused the Holocaust just as much as the Germans did. Because people ran. People knew what was going on. They ran. And we sent them someplace else. We're doing the same thing now. We're doing the same thing now. Oh, you're from Nicaragua? You're going to get killed if you're in Nicaragua? Great. Welcome to America. We're going to put you... Oh, you had babies? Fuck you. Fuck those babies. We're going to put you in a concentration camp and we're going to figure out what we're going to do with you. 6 months can go by. We don't know. We're going to figure it out. We're going to put you on ice while that's happening. No. You will not be able to see your children. No. We're going to put you on ice. And then when we figure out what country we want to send you to, you'll hear from us. But you'll be behind bars and no ability to see your family. Forget about your family. You're not ever going to see your family again. That's over.
Live in Van Nuys, Chrissy.
Turn now to two alarming incidents tonight, both reported at JFK Airport today alone. A JetBlue flight reporting it hit a drone at 3,000 feet while trying to land. Where that drone hit the plane. Also just in tonight, a helicopter pilot has now reported a very close call with a remote-controlled plane. And this all comes after a United pilot reported a near collision with a drone. So what's going on?
What's going on? How come these drones keep hitting our planes?
This covers aviation for us.
Is it the Iranians?
As millions of Americans crisscross the U.S. for the 4th of July holiday, tonight a troubling incident in the skies involving a drone and a passenger jet.
We collided with a drone back there in the turn. You said you collided? Yep, it hit us right above the cockpit.
Around 7:15 a.m., pilots of a JetBlue flight full of passengers from Las Vegas coming in for a landing at New York's JFK Airport believed they hit a drone at nearly 3,000 feet.
We don't need any assistance. We're just going to go ahead and land.
And just moments ago, a second incident at JFK, a helicopter pilot reported nearly colliding with a gigantic remote-controlled plane.
Almost ran into a gigantic RC airplane right over there.
Do you remember that all those drones that were over New Jersey, and we all just stopped talking about it. Do you remember all the New Jersey drones? Turns out they were just Chinese drones, and we just can't do anything about it. We just got drones around our airports.
One of the remote-controlled airplanes, a big one at 500 feet.
Just days ago on Friday, a dramatic and dangerous close call as a United pilot says they came within 100 feet of a drone while on descent at Newark.
We almost hit a drone right there about 100 feet below us.
Both planes landing safely, the FAA is now investigating. The alarming incidents come as many are set to travel this holiday, a terrifying incident playing out on a busy Miami runway.
4 Quebec Sierra, you just crossed an active runway. Hold short of A runway left. You just told me to cross the runway, sir. No, we said American 461.
An American Airlines jet barreling down the runway at about 60 miles per hour, aborting takeoff after a business jet entered the runway without authorization, putting the two on a possible collision course. And David, a reminder here, you cannot fly a drone near an airport. It is incredibly dangerous. It can literally bring down a plane. Thankfully, this plane landed safely, and in fact, they did not find any damage on it, David.
Gio Benitez with us tonight. Gio, thank you.
I mean, you guys ready for a bunch of planes to fall out of the sky? You guys ready for that? Think the government's looking out for you?
On Truth Social, quote, "It is more important than ever to pass the Save America Act. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel." Karl Rove is standing by with his take on the political impact of these decisions. But first, to Fox News Sunday anchor and our chief legal correspondent, very busy today, Shannon Bream, reporting live from the Supreme Court, where the president also scored a very significant win that many presidents have wanted for quite some time. Hi, Shannon.
But they still say he's a rapist.
Hey, Martha, you're exactly right. So that big win the president is celebrating is what allows him to have the authority to dismiss, in this case, a member of the Federal Trade Commission, but that impacts a lot of other federal agencies. Writing for the majority, the Chief Justice John Roberts said this. He says, to discharge the duties of his trust, the president must have the assistance of officers he can trust. Neither Congress nor the courts may saddle him with those with whom he cannot work. Now, dissenting in the case, Justice Sotomayor said this. She warns, the result is a president who emerges after this decision now with far greater power than ever before. But the court did rein in the president's authority to dismiss Fed Board Governor Lisa Cook. They view the Fed differently, at least in the way that the president attempted to do it here via a letter posted on social media based on allegations of mortgage fraud that predate her appointment to the board. A majority of the justices finding that Cook deserved both notice and a chance to respond. They say short of that due process, the majority writes this, to allow them to do so, the president to remove a member of the Federal Reserve Board, he could do it at any time for any reason without any notice before and without any judicial check after. Now, Cook celebrated this win as a win for the independence of the Fed. The court didn't say the president cannot dismiss her, just not the way this went down. And the president has put out on social media, they're going to go after this again, likely within the contours of what the court laid out. You mentioned the decision that allows states also to count ballots after Election Day, a loss there for Republicans who challenged it tomorrow, the final day. Birthright citizenship and biologically born males banned.
Birthright citizenship, and and also
from female sports. We'll finally get the court's decision, 10 a.m. Eastern, Martha.
So the courts did actually already rule on this. It looks like the Supreme Court is striking down Trump's order ending birthright citizenship. That one of the most important decisions in the history of the court, says Samuel Alito. It's a serious mistake. Careful analysis of the text of the 14th Amendment and process that led to its adoption, Alito argued, shows it does not degrade the concept of the United States citizenship in this way. Instead, he contended the 14th Amendment confers citizenship in only those children who at birth owe allegiance solely to this country. Owe allegiance solely to this country. How do you determine that, you fuck, Samuel Alito? The executive order, of course, is seeking to end birthright citizenship. We ended it. We did it. Of course, in a decision, Chief Roberts in Trump v. Barbara, this justice has agreed with the challengers, as well as all of the lower courts around the country that have considered the issue that Trump's order cannot be reconciled with the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which confers citizenship on anyone born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So basically, anybody who is not a diplomat's kid is a citizen. That's it. If you're a kid and you were born because your parents were, I don't know, ambassadors, you're not a citizen. But if you're born here, you're a citizen. Other than that, makes sense to me. One of the most important decisions in the history of the court, they're saying. As the Supreme Court's decision prohibiting universal injunctions, cases, challenges that merits of Trump's order continue in the lower courts. Issued preliminary injunction that blocked the government from enforcing the order against a class of babies born after February 20th, 25, who are or would be denied U.S. citizenship by order. U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante concluded that the executive order likely contradicts the text of the 14th Amendment and the century-old untouched precedent that interprets it. There you go. Of course, Donald Trump thinks that he has been wronged. What a victim he is. He's a victim, though.
But don't worry, they also said that Donald Trump is cool with banning. No. Paywall. God damn it. Well, don't worry. Transgendered athletes still got fucked, but at least you got your citizenship. Hey, you got your citizenship.
Significant decision. Shannon, thank you so much. Shannon Bream at the Supreme Court as usual. With that, we bring in Karl Rove, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff for President George W. Bush and a Fox News contributor.
I can't believe this guy's still alive. God damn it, Karl Rove.
Karl, great to have you with us today. You know, I want to
Karl
first get your
Rove.
reaction to the significance of what's being called the slaughter decision, because presidents going all the way back to the Bush administration, where you served, wanted to rein in the ability of administrative agencies external to the electoral process that can regulate companies, can crack down on individuals and businesses. I just want to put this up on the screen so people get a sense of how many agencies there are that are sort of self-governed and independent. So before FDR took office,
You heard California sucks? Who told you that?
we had 10 to 15, small handful of these federal agencies. Now there are 448 of them.
We're a bigger country.
And this decision is going to really allow the executive branch to determine the fate of them in many ways. So, Karl.
Well, yeah, now the executive branch can determine if you have fealty to the United States government or a fealty to Donald Trump himself. And if you do not have loyalty to Donald Trump himself, you're fired, which is scary. It's scary that that's the future.
Which we're doing very well. There'll be a meeting on that tomorrow in Doha. And they're going to Qatar. I think they've already left, or they're just about.
Qatar, we love Qatar. We love Qatar. Is the best Qatari. The guitarists. I feel like playing guitar right now. I think I need to quit doing this so long on the news, man. I just want to play guitar right now. I gotta buy boxes and start packing. I'm leaving the state. I'm leaving California. For good, probably. For good. I got nobody left. My family's all dead. Family's all dead. It's just me now. Gotta leave California. What am I doing here?
Getting ready to leave. So we'll see how that goes. But we're doing very well on that front. But the meeting in Doha is going to be perhaps important, perhaps not. We're going to find out. But we're winning militarily. It's almost won militarily, I would say. And it's really very simple. It's the denuclearization of Iran. We don't.
Oh yeah, it's about the nukes, guys.
Want them to have a nuclear weapon, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that, in all fairness. This is something that's very exciting to me. And if you bring the bill, and I'm going to let Lee explain exactly what it means, but it means a lot to people that own vehicles, cars in particular, but cars and anything else.
Cars. We love cars. Love cars. Vehicles are good.
It's going to save them a lot of money, and they're going to be able to do it themselves. Please.
Mr. President, this is a presidential memo to the Environmental Protection Agency, a presidential memo supporting the freedom to fix. Americans have the freedom to fix their vehicle. President Trump insists upon it. We are not going to be going after people who are fixing their own vehicle like past administrations have. Additionally, we've been concerned, President Trump has been concerned about aftermarket parts, cheap knockoff aftermarket parts coming into the United States, harming small businesses, harming Americans. This presidential memo puts an end to it. Also, the only third-party certification for these aftermarket parts is CARB in California, a process that's backlogged and faulty. So we're going to break that monopoly, and no longer will CARB be the only third-party certifier for these aftermarket parts. Again, President Trump is insisting on fixing it. This presidential memo does that.
Good luck, man. Who the fuck is able to work on their own car? Jesus. I work on my own car, and I fuck it up all the time. I got like little things I got to do, try to just keep it going, try to save some money. But man, like consumer auto repair, it's a thing of the past. You can't repair those computers. You got to buy a computer to repair the computer. You can't do that shit unless you are really dedicated, which more power to you if you are. I think you're amazing. If you are that dedicated that you are actually, you're really doing it, good for you. Good for you. You're amazing. But most people cannot work on their own car. My friend Carlos works on his car, but he's got an older Subaru with a turbocharger, and he's got all the pimped. It's all pimped out. Those are old cars, right, to work on your car. What are you going to work on a Tesla? You're going to work on it? They don't even come with a spare tire. There's no work. You can't even change the tire yourself for a Tesla. Yeah, old cars, maybe. My car was born in 2012. So like my car I can work on. Yeah, I'm a Mercedes tech. Cars are my life. Leif Erikson, you can probably work on most cars, but you probably have the machines even at home. Do you have the machines at home? And if not, you have access to them at work, right? Like I'm always envious that people are able to do. But I mean, I took consumer auto in high school. I can do a lot of stuff, but I don't even have a jack anymore. When I used to have a Volkswagen, I had a jack. I did all my own work. I was poor. I was just a kid. I did all the work. If I wanted that car to run, I had to make sure it's running. Now, I'm not going to work on my car. Not really. I mean, I'll do little things, little tiny repairs and stuff. But yeah, I prefer old cars too. I don't want one of these computer cars. I hate them. Yours is a 96, badass. Man, I see some of those old Honda CRX cars, so sweet. The old CRX. Sometimes I see an old CRX. I'm like, I can't believe that fucker's still running. Those what is it, Shy Pixie? What kind of 90? What is it? A 96 what? 91.6. You're into pre-2000. There's some. I mean, there's some good. Those 90s get a little dicey, especially for the German cars. But there's some good cars, man, in the early 2000s, late 90s, for sure. Yeah, but you still have to diagnose the problem with all cars with the specific computer for that brand. Exactly. Yeah. Like you could do, like I could do an oil change, but why? It costs like $40 to do an oil change or $50 to do an oil change. You might as well just take it in and just hope that, you know, it's only every 5,000 miles or whatever, right? 6,000 miles. A Dodge Ram, a 90s Dodge Ram. That's pretty sick. Those Rams do pretty well. But those Toyota trucks, I'd love a Toyota pickup. Goddamn, those things, you can't kill those things. Anyway.
A crushing blow for Trump at the Supreme Court. In a major loss for the president, the Supreme Court today shutting down his efforts to meddle in the upcoming election. 2 of the conservative justices joining the liberal justices to allow states to continue counting mail-in ballots that are postmarked by...
It's a big deal, right? Like, so I don't know. I think it's a big deal this stuff with the courts. I think that's it's such an important thing that these courts are coming out and doing this, making sure that we have our right to vote, to have the birthright citizenship. I did want to just look at one more thing. Iraq launches a major anti-corruption raid. I kind of wanted to watch that. I do think I'm going to speed up this. I need to watch just a couple more videos before we're done. So let's do the Iraq one.
Iraq's new prime minister has launched a sweeping anti-corruption crackdown, with Iraqi media reporting that dozens of politicians and senior officials were detained in overnight raids. Now, authorities say the operations are aimed at fighting suspected corruption across state institutions.
This campaign is only the beginning. The issue of corruption is not over. We continue to fight it. Anyone who has public funds must return the funds to their owners. The people's money must return to the people.
Well, with me here is Min Al-Arabi, editor-in-chief at The National and real Iraq expert. I regularly ask you to join me on this show when there is news out of Iraq. And it is such an important country when we look not just at the country for its people, but the wider region.
Leif Erikson says Toyota is no longer what they once were. Yeah, that's probably true. But those 90s, like those older Toyota trucks, also that FJ, man, that FJ is so fucking cool. I loved it. Now the 4Runner is fine, I guess. I don't know. I like the CRV better. But you know, they just everything's just gotten bigger. But I used to love that FJ. It's such a cool car. Those things,
That's what I want to talk to you about.
Those things run forever.
About today, but let's just start with what we've seen over the last 48 hours. What's your take on these arrests, the seizure of millions of dollars in cash and gold and properties? Who is this new prime minister, and what's he up to?
So, corruption is Iraq's biggest problem. We talk about militias. Militias wouldn't exist if they weren't able to siphon off money. Electricity, 23 years after the war to remove Saddam Hussein, still is a huge problem for people. It all goes down to corruption. And so, for any prime minister coming in,
I love the shots. I love the shots of them with their AK-47s. So I don't know.
Will give pledges of tackling corruption. And we've had the previous prime ministers, Mohammed Shia Sudani, Mustafa Kadhimi, and those before him, all make small moves to tackle corruption. Ali Zaidi, this new prime minister, has come in quite bold. And it's not him alone. Of course, he's working with the judiciary. And the forces we saw yesterday making the arrests were the counterterrorism forces that report directly to the prime minister. And the moves against these people, the vast majority of Iraqis feel that this is a real move against corruption, but it's only a part of a much bigger equation of the kleptocracy in the country.
And let's talk about the bigger picture, the kleptocracy in the country, the support that this prime minister is getting from this US administration, which many say have emboldened his actions at present, and the wider regional story here about Iran-backed militia in Iraq. Many people around this region tell me that Iraq has become a more important and significant place for Iran than Lebanon, which we hear a lot of talk about through the Iran-backed Lebanon. Your thoughts?
So Iraq, because of 800 kilometers of border it shares with Iran, allows Iran and Iranian, not only officials, soldiers, militia people to cross back and forth. When there were protests against the Iranian regime at the beginning of this year, there were armed men taken from Iraq into Iran to help squash the protests. So it's hugely important geographically, hugely important because from Iraq, and this is the battle against corruption, partly is to stop money being siphoned off to Iran. Iran's been able to get away from the sanctions imposed by the US and the UN because of money coming in from Iraq. In Lebanon, Iran spends money on Hezbollah fighters. So it's a different dynamic. And of course, with Syria now out of the equation, it is much harder for Iran to get to Hezbollah and Lebanon. So the geography, again, plays such an important role because before, Iran got its wish come true when it would go through Iraq, through Syria, into Lebanon on the border with Israel. That's now gone. But Iraq becomes that much more important as its kind of last line of defense to push through this narrative of absence of resistance, being with a foothold in Iraq.
The Shia crescent, as we want to call.
So crazy. I mean, I think it's interesting that Iraq is still. I think it's interesting to have a prime minister of Iraq talking about corruption and wanting to do something about it. I think it's. I don't know. How often do you hear about what's going on in Iraq? I would have bought the electric, but PG&E is stupid, expensive, and unreliable here in the sticks. PG&E sucks. PG&E is the devil. PG&E is the reason why I hate Gavin Newsom. PG&E sucks. Amazing car, only has 102,000. Wow, that's pretty cool. I don't know. I think is she British? Yeah, Lebanon. Yeah, she's British as fuck. Are you kidding me? I wish I could get back some of my old trucks and cars. I'd be a millionaire, but I used to flip one a week and make money. I wish I still had my Carmen Ghia. That Carmen Ghia is worth a lot of money. But I was a kid, I was sick of working on it. It was so hard to have your daily driver be a 1964, and it was my daily driver. It just sucks. PG&E is Pacific Gas and Electric, Sayard. PG&E is Pacific Gas and Electric. It's one of the biggest electric companies in America. It's technically a private company that is a monopoly supposedly run by the state, but the state doesn't run it. The state basically defends it. They are responsible for billions of dollars in property damage because of all their fires that they cause. Hundreds of deaths at this point. They're mass murderers. PG&E is a mass murdering organization. And nobody's doing anything about it. People have not gone to jail, and it's still in business somehow. For some reason, it's because they give money to people like Gavin Newsom. They've given Gavin Newsom a lot of money, so he continues to allow them to run. And he's a piece of shit. I hate Gavin Newsom because of it. I hate him. I'll never trust Gavin Newsom for a second. Gavin Newsom's a criminal. Anyway, fucking criminal. I don't trust him, boys. I don't trust him. Never fight uphill, my boys. Never fight uphill.
Tonight, tragedy strikes at a Simi Valley outdoor cafe after a Tesla crashes through, leaving 1 dead and 5 injured.
This keeps happening. How come we keep on seeing Teslas driving into large crowds of people and into people's cars, and Elon Musk keeps telling us, no, that would never happen. We control the speed when that happens. Keep up the good work, Skyjack. I'm not always agree, but I always enjoy your show. Thank you, Leif Erickson. Thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for supporting independent media. We're not supposed to agree on everything, but I love you. Thank you. Thank you, Leif Erickson. Appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. Can I get some jubilation and some W's in the chat for Leif Erickson for supporting the channel and the Morning Sky Show? Thank you. I think it's ridiculous that this keeps happening.
Mr. Leader, are you satisfied in the frequency in which the Trump administration is holding briefings in regards to Iran? As we know, Secretary Rubio is set to brief members at 4 p.m. Are you satisfied with the frequency and also the subject matter whenever they brief you?
We need an all hands on deck classified briefing for the entirety of the House of Representatives and the entirety of the Senate. This is an incredibly significant matter related to Iran of war and peace. And the administration is taking a step in the right direction by holding the unclassified.
Hakeem Jeffries, it's too late, man. The war's already over. We lost. He didn't go to Congress because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't believe in Congress. Most Americans don't even know what you do anymore because you don't represent the people. You represent your stupid party, and then everyone hates the Democrats. They get rid of emissions, new diesel trucks because they are so hard to work on with clogging emissions filters. I've seen this. I've seen people take the plastiline guy who takes gas and makes with plastic and runs off. So I've seen that. Yeah. He distills it, kind of. He melts plastic and he collects the vapor. It's fucking crazy.
You can run a car off that shit. It makes me very interested in like apocalypse style stuff. Maybe there'll be some people who know how to do this so we can run cars a little bit longer than, because when you watch apocalypse stuff like The Walking Dead or like, post-apocalyptic storytelling, they always just skip the part that gasoline has a shelf life and that there will be no gasoline 6 months after the apocalypse. There will be no Mad Max. Mad Max will not exist because no one will have gasoline. You can mine all the gas, you can mine all the oil you want, you won't be able to refine it. Even if you can refine it, you won't be able to distribute it because you won't have the energy to put into it. Gasoline is hard to make. It's not that hard, but it's hard to make to run in a car. Your engines will be destroyed very soon, very quickly. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. The machines that are used to refine the oil take a lot of energy. How are you going to get those IBUs? It's just very difficult. Like all of the other shit that you make out of oil too, all the plastics, all the Bakelite, all of the propane, all the offshoots shit that we make out of oil in order to get gasoline, all those byproducts also all gone. So maybe some people will be able to take the existing plastic and turn it into gasoline long enough for us to keep going after the apocalypse. But I think your best bet is to try to have cars run on solar, but no one listens to me. It's crazy to me that I am living in a world where cars don't have solar panels. I can't fucking believe that I'm living in 2026 and cars don't have solar panels. Like every once in a while you see one with a solar panel, but almost never. Pure ethanol cars can't do it. Pure ethanol cars cannot run because ethanol is too thirsty. Ethanol absorbs water and then it kills your car. That's why they don't do it. We would do it already. The corn lobby would love it. Ethanol's made of corn. You can't get an engine to run off of pure ethanol because then you have water in your fucking engine. The engine doesn't last. It's done. It's done. So that won't work either. So there's no way to run a car. Biofuel, I know biofuel is kind of interesting. Biodiesel and stuff. Does a Toyota Innova have solar panels? Does the Toyota Innova have solar panels? No, it does not. Does not come with factory installed solar. Solar roof options are typically reserved for specialized hybrid models in the Toyota lineup, such as the Toyota Prius. Are there any mass market cars that offer solar panels or run on solar? Google says no. There are currently no mass market cars run entirely on solar power. There are several automakers that have solar assisted mass market vehicles. These cars feature built-in solar roof panels. Toyota Prius Prime has a solar charging roof. It directly charges the high voltage hybrid battery while parked outside. Okay. Hyundai Ioniq. The high-end trims this fully electric crossover feature a built-in solar roof structure. It actively helps prevent 12-volt battery from draining and provides a small trickle charge for the main battery. What the fuck? This Hyundai Sonata Hybrid has a 204-watt solar roof on the limited trim of the Sonata Hybrid. Starting with its 2020 model, it generated enough power to add roughly 2 miles of range per day. It's just not enough. The Cybertruck offers an optional solar vault tonneau cover. It's engineered primarily to provide off-grid power for tools, camping equipment, and auxiliary systems. There you go. Lightyear designed a highly aerodynamic Lightyear Zero solar car, but its high initial price point, $250,000, and subsequent production challenges forced them to halt operations before achieving mass market scaling. I mean, there's just none. There are people working on it, but the fact that I'm in 2026 and I can't drive a solar car boggles my mind. You can run a car on shit. Try it. Flex fuel truck, but only ever ran gasoline. I don't know how it worked. I think it could be used ethanol, but don't know.
It could probably for short distances, just not regular. Vegetable oil, yeah. Spent vegetable oil. If your diesel has the right seals in this fuel system, older diesels will. It's true. I've been around in California. It was popular for a while for people to use waste oil, because you could use waste oil from a restaurant and run your car. And I saw some like diesel Volvos and diesel Mercedes Benz, and they were running on. It's great. They smell like popcorn when they go by. It smells like a fresh thing of popcorn when they drive by. It smells like French fries.
Georgia is ground zero for the corporate monopolization of housing.
Matthew Nursey with the Housing Justice League is frustrated that the president is playing politics with the solution to one of Georgia's biggest housing problems.
It's deplorable. It is evil.
In a rare show of bipartisanship, Congress passed the 21st Century Road to Housing Act to cap the number of homes corporations can own at 350, hopefully blunting the impact of the housing market when institutional investors start scooping up single-family properties in mass. But despite mentioning the issue in his most recent State of the Union address, the president said last week he wouldn't sign the bill until Congress also approves his legislation requiring proof of citizenship to vote.
It's a particular kind of evil to hold up this kind of bipartisan legislation on an issue that everyone agrees is one of the most glaring problems that we have as an American society.
In Metro Atlanta, 30% of homes are corporate owned, but it's higher in some counties. In Fulton, it's 50%. Henry County, 70%. In Paulding County, 80% of homes are corporate owned.
These companies, 80%? 80% are corporate owned? What the fuck?
Are crowding out potential home buyers in the market.
Georgia State University professor Taylor Sheldon conducted the 2024 study that showed those numbers.
It really does touch essentially everybody. And even if you're not actually somebody who is renting from a corporate landlord yourself, or even in a community with a whole lot of them, they're really able to kind of drive some of the overall housing market trends that we're seeing.
But Shelton notes the federal bill, while it's a good start, wouldn't force corporations to give up the homes they already own.
But it maybe will discourage new entrants into the market.
All right, so three things are going to happen. One of them, at least, Trump could, of course, veto this bill. That is the biggest fear of housing advocates that we spoke to today, getting back to square one if he does that. He could also sign the bill into law, which he has not indicated he will, of course, do just yet. Or he could take no action on this at all, and it would default to going into law on July 10th. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
July 10th. I bet he does nothing because he's a coward. He's a fucking coward.
PG Mangione's federal trial in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has been moved to next year. The judge saying she is postponing the trial so his lawyers can focus on his state murder trial beginning
this woman looks like a cartoon.
This fall.
Like Jesus. She looks like a cartoon character.
National News Desk, Jeff Harris joining us again. Another case where we're going to have to wait. We know that the judge also shared some other dates today regarding his federal trial. Break down what we know.
So we now know that jury selection in Mangione's federal murder trial will begin on January 5th instead of October 13th, followed by opening statements and testimony on January 25th instead of the previously scheduled date of November 4th. Now, while the federal trial was supposed to begin this fall, there were scheduling conflicts with his state murder trial, which is expected to begin on September 8th. In that case, Mangione faces a second-degree murder charge and several counts related to criminal possession of a weapon. The judge saying just today that it's, quote, simply impossible to get through the jury selection process in the federal case while Mangione and his lawyers are occupied with his state case.
So I'm surprised by the delay. However, there has been all this talk now in state court because remember, there's a federal trial and a state trial both going to happen here. And the state trial really needs to happen first, given the way New York law works in terms of those two jurisdictions fighting with each other a little bit.
Now, the judge today also focusing on how to select an impartial jury, considering this case has gotten so much media coverage and also public interest, saying written questionnaires will be given to prospective jurors before in-person questioning is set to begin.
I hope he goes free. I hope he goes free. January 5th, the federal case is being moved. Not a big deal. I thought everything was going to get delayed, but it looks like the state case is still going just fine.
Thanks, Darren.
But I want him to go free. They should just cancel. Let's just cancel. Let him go.
It's officially feeling like summer outside, but with dangerous heat settling into the region, the National Weather Service is reminding people to take precautions as the weather and then that humidity continues to climb. And Melody Hankins has more now in the studio.
The National Weather Service says it's the heat index or feel-like temperatures that determine when heat alerts are issued. Officials say once those values climb into the triple digits, the risk of heat-related illnesses increase. Meteorologist Mike Albano says different
what are they talking about? Heat stroke?
Alerts are issued depending on how high those feel-like temperatures climb.
Anytime we have heat index values, that's the feel-like temperature outside. Whenever those exceed triple digits, and particularly once we exceed 105 degrees, that's when we will issue a excessive heat advisory for this part of the state. And anytime that heat index climbs up over 110 degrees, that is when we'll pull the lever on an excessive heat warning.
The National Weather Service says an excessive heat warning is in effect through Thursday and is urging people to take precautions. Officials say it's important to respect the heat by drinking plenty of water, wearing lightweight clothing, and taking frequent breaks, especially if you're working or spending time outdoors. Back to you.
I think it's a little worrisome that this is happening.
Thank you, Melody. Again,
right?
people are urged to limit time outside during the hottest part of the day and then never leave children or pets in parked vehicles.
Don't leave your kids in the vehicles, guys. Have you heard that? Don't do it yet. Check. People still leave their kids in the back of fucking cars. How many more people are going to die from this? This thing cracks me up. Have you seen this on YouTube?
Is plagued by fraud, in large part because the Biden administration dismantled basic program integrity guardrails. More than 1 million people.
Look at fucking. I love his like hype man. I love this hype man, Oz. Look at this nod. Look at this nod that fucking Oz does.
Because the Biden administration dismantled basic program integrity guardrails. More than 1 million people enrolled in Obamacare without Social Security numbers on file. That is a glaring warning sign of fraud. If even a single person
what the hell
was on Obamacare with no Social Security number, we should have found out. Why are we paying people who we don't know if they actually exist?
That's not what happens. You don't get paid on Obamacare. Who the fuck there's probably people watching right now who are on Obamacare. You don't get paid, you stupid asshole. That was a lie. RFK Jr. is a fucking liar. You do not get paid on Obamacare. You get your health care subsidized. That's it. You don't make any money on Obamacare. Why are we paying people that haven't put their Social Security? Because we didn't want them dying in the street. That's it.
Shady insurance agents and other bad actors have been getting paid to enroll unsuspecting Americans in health plans they never signed up for.
Thanks to this aggressive enforcement strategy, we've already eliminated thousands of fraudulent policies, and we're just getting started. We're also working with insurers to cancel every policy that should never have been issued and recover every taxpayer dollar that was fraudulently paid out.
Welcome back. Major problems with Obama's legacy, Obamacare. That was HHS Secretary RFK Jr. and CMS Chief Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz announcing they found more than 1 million now in Obamacare, but they have no Social Security numbers. They now say they've caught nearly 3 million alleged fraudulent enrollees. They believe another 2.6 million are also phony. That's 1 in 4.
Yeah, Obamacare fraudsters. People getting health care. Those fucking bastards. They didn't give the right number, though. They didn't give the secret password to get health care. So they got health care. Oh, no. They got to see a doctor? We got to kill them. They got to see a doctor, guys.
He's locked in for the midterms with a chilling warning for America.
Are you worried about more socialist candidates across the United States?
I think it's a big threat to our nation, actually. Because it's not socialism, it's really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but...
Ooh, why do you say social democrat? Ooh! Oh, Donnie boy, you're not allowed to say social democrat. You just let the cat out of the bag there, Donnie boy. See, the social democrats are who the Nazis hated. In America, we call them democratic socialists. I call them social democrats because I figure, the enemy of the Nazi is my friend. But here we are, Donald Trump. Let's just hear that one more time. Very strange for him to say that. Very strange.
Because it's not socialism, it's really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but...
No, they don't use social democrat. They call themselves democratic socialists because they don't like being called social democrats because you kill them. Your team, the Nazis, kill social democrats. So they don't call themselves social democrats. Just like MAGA doesn't call itself Nazi, but MAGA is the National Socialist movement. This is the problem. MAGA is just Nazi and democratic socialists are just social democrats. Donald Trump knows. Do you know? Donald Trump knows he's a Nazi. He knows he's a fascist. He knows he's a fascist. That's why he doesn't care if Joram Mamdani calls him a fascist. Doesn't give a shit. He knows you're a fascist if you love him.
It's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat to our nation there is. It's basically introducing communism into the United States of America. There's never been
Well, sort of. I mean, at the end of the day, socialism does lead to communism if you give it enough time. So hopefully. Communism relies on socialism in order to create a more perfect place without state government control, without a hierarchy. That's the idea. Communalism, you could say, collectivism, if you will. Socialism is kind of like the road to communism. So it's not really the same thing. You know what I mean? That's like saying crawling is the same as walking. Crawling ain't the same as walking. We all know crawling is different from walking. Really, they're introducing, I see them crawling. Those little fucking babies, they look like they're crawling, but they're really walking. They're trying to walk, and I don't like it. They're trying to walk. I don't like walking. They're really walking. They call themselves crawlers because it sounds nice. It sounds cute.
things are dangerous.
Look, no one's better
Very dangerous to be crawling.
politics in the GOP than Trump. And he sees that the new radicals, they may not have policies that work. Of course, they don't work, but they do have a lot of energy and a lot of naive followers who think that a man with a perpetual smile, isn't that creepy, with zero real world experience somehow has the answers.
Fighting for working people, we don't have to national.
Donald Trump has zero real world experience.
That message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. What these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms. It extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve.
A New Deal? Chris Murphy wants to give us a raw deal.
A new deal.
About the New York election results. What do you think about
A new deal.
Look at this guy. Hey, who's that guy? Who's that skinny guy? Who's that skinny guy with the big smile? Who is that guy?
that for the Democratic Party, those Democratic Socialists?
And my favorite, well, from the party that essentially excommunicated Kristen Sinema and are trying to drive out John Fetterman, their big tent lie. Now, this is Chris Murphy.
I want us to be a big tent party. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing when there's a contest of ideas inside the party.
Well, Kristen Sinema was a piece of shit, and John Fetterman's a piece of shit. So, I mean, makes sense. Why did they do a bigger tent? How come they don't have a big tent for Fetterman?
So I'm not a Democratic socialist, but I do believe that the Democratic Party has been historically way too timid in taking on corporate power. We have to understand that people do not believe that this version of capitalism has worked. And frankly, it hasn't worked.
Okay, wait, it hasn't worked, Chris? Okay, I grew up in Connecticut. Are the people of my home state ready to abandon capitalism, the same system that built the state into what it once was? It was a manufacturing powerhouse, Pratt & Whitney aircraft, Colt firearms, Sikorsky, Otis elevator, electric boat. I could go on and on. And now it's home to so many rich commuters who work.
Otis elevator. Let's bring the Otis elevator people to the state fair. Sayaryan, I'm looking at the community tab. I don't see it. I don't see any. Where did you put it? As its own post?
On Wall Street and pay huge state income taxes. So when they drive out those residents,
I love this graphic. The green is this. I don't get. The Democrats are going down. Oh, and the communists are going up. I see what that is. Okay, now I see how that works.
who's going to be left to tax, Chris? The DSA train has also stopped in Washington, D.C., where the hard left Janice Lewis George is slated to become the next mayor. She likes the idea of teens roaming the streets at night.
Right now, using the curfew as a tool for our young people is dangerous. It is dangerous because we have federal troops who are in our city, mass ICE agents who are in our city. And these are the people enforcing this law on our young people. And these are not individuals who are trained in de-escalation.
Oh, the old de-escalation idea. That's always worked out so well.
Yeah. That's already worked. That's always worked out so well. De-escalation. Yeah, that always works out. You know what works? Shooting people in the street. Laura Ingraham is a Nazi.
Lisa, my understanding is you're ready to break down the birthright citizenship ruling for us.
Yeah, and it's narrower, Antonia, than we thought it was going to be, certainly by listening to oral argument. There are 5 justices who have voted to say that the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause protects birthright citizenship as we have long understood it.
It should have been unanimous. 5-4.
A 6th justice, Justice Kavanaugh, joins the opinion in part, but not in whole. And let me read to you his stunning first paragraph. He says that the executive order that's at issue here establishes new exceptions to birthright citizenship for children born to foreign citizens unlawfully or temporarily in the country. That the court today holds that the order violates the 14th Amendment. I respectfully disagree with the court's constitutional holding. In my view, the executive order doesn't violate the 14th Amendment, but it does contravene a federal statute. And then Justice Kavanaugh goes out of his way to say, consistent with the 14th Amendment, Congress could amend that statute or otherwise enact new legislation establishing exceptions to birthright citizenship for children born to foreign citizens unlawfully or temporarily in the country, but Congress has not yet done so. In other words, 5 justices saying the Constitution is the Constitution is the Constitution, and Justice Kavanaugh saying, yeah, I agree with them in terms of the state of federal law, but if Congress wants to change this, that's up to Congress. And so let me make a larger point about Justice Kavanaugh.
But they always do that. People like Kavanaugh, he wants to say that, oh, well, I'm still your boy, Donnie. That's what he's doing. He's winking to Donald Trump saying, I still got you, Donald, but you got to push Congress to pass a law.
Kavanaugh today, we often talk about the Roberts Court. After today, this term at least will be a big, thumb on the scale, fist on the table for Brett Kavanaugh, who has issued multiple majority opinions today and also is really the big deciding vote here, right? By concurring in the judgment, but also leaving for another day whether Congress can make a different decision. You can see how in a court composed a little bit differently, because it is only a 5-4 decision on the constitutional ground, how this could have gone very differently, despite the fact that after oral argument, many of us thought this might be a 7-2 decision. And instead, what you've got is only 5 justices saying constitutionally, birthright citizenship is the law of the land, a 6th saying it's the law of the land, but only because of federal statute. And then you've got 3 other justices saying no, they would side with the president here and say that the executive order is perfectly consistent with the Constitution of the United States, because I believe of this phrase in the middle of the citizenship clause saying subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That was the argument that this Solicitor General made at oral argument saying that it doesn't cover people who are not permanently domiciled in this country, making an argument that Wong Kim Ark, this 120-plus year precedent, did not settle for all time, whether somebody born in this country was in fact a citizen, but was intended to be always a narrower ruling based on the fact that Wong Kim Ark's parents had settled in California, that they always intended to remain there. They had no allegiance to their home country. And John Sauer sort of using that to drive a wedge into that citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment that previously courts did not understand to exist.
Fallon Gallagher, if you're still there outside of the Supreme Court, I'm wondering if you can give us some color here, because as Lisa just described, I mean, for months now, people have been both pretty publicly and behind the scenes expecting something closer to a 7-2 decision here. How shocked are people where you are?
Yeah, they're not shocked, but not as much reaction as I would have imagined here for such a big decision, especially one that we knew was coming today. I actually would say that I heard louder cheers when we actually got the transgender athlete ban. But again, like you said, this is narrower, a narrower split than we had anticipated. After arguments, it seemed like there was no question that the Supreme Court was going to hold up birthright citizenship. It was just a matter of how broadly, whether that was going to be 7-2 or 8-1. So a 6-3, really more of what seems to be a 5.5, 3.5, if you look at the Kavanaugh split, is a much closer ruling than we would have imagined. But again, this is still a big loss for the president, overturning one of his signature executive orders that he signed on his first day in office, upholding birthright citizenship. And as you know, this has been enshrined in our country for a very long time. We had the 14th Amendment, of course, after the Civil War, but then the Supreme Court itself upheld this precedent in 1898 with that case, Wong Kim Ark, where it said that if you are born on U.S. soil, you have birthright citizenship. And so that remains to be the case here. As far as the reaction here, Antonia, I would not be surprised if this starts to build throughout the day as word spreads. Decisions are a little bit less fuzzy than they used to be in the pre-COVID times because you don't have to actually run them out in the same way. So this is one where I think the crowd will gradually build here because this is, at the end of the day, still a win for birthright citizenship.
Catherine, given what we've seen Kavanaugh do today, what does that signal to you about what may be to come here?
Well, I think it's important to say who the 5 justices are who said the Fourth Amendment means what it says. Roberts, Barrett, Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan. And we can expect, which was happened in the Terrace case, the president might have some words to say about Justice Barrett and Justice Roberts. But as Lisa pointed out, Kavanaugh could have went the other way. And instead of it being, 6 votes, but it's thankfully the decision came out right, but it's shocking. I was one of those I said to Lisa, it should be 9-0, but it'll probably be 7-2. Well, shocking. So we have Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas, who basically have said, you can have an executive order that changes the Constitution. It's 194 pages. I'm not as fast a reader as Lisa is, but I'll be interesting to see their rationale.
Yeah, I would love to come back to one of the two of you in a minute to get an understanding from those 3 of what their explanation is here.
I'll tell you what it's not.
Okay.
Okay. So one of the things that's surprising to me here is that at oral argument, and I was listening to it again this morning, Justice Alito essentially recognized a really pragmatic concern. And he basically told this list.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and keep going.
Our colleague Fallon Gallagher is outside of the Supreme Court. I'm going to bring you back in, Fallon. Tell us.
Even as the Supreme Court today effectively told Trump he has to pay E. Jean Carroll for sexually abusing her. Even as the Supreme Court today told Trump to back off.
I got it to work. Sorry, I was trying to get this thing to work on the community tab. It looks like they were filtering you, so I turned off all the moderation. You only have to now be a member. You have to be a subscriber for 1 day before you can post in the community tab.
Trying to mess with people voting by mail. Even as the Supreme Court today restricted the government, the police, from grabbing your cell phone data with no warrant and no probable cause just because of where you physically were when you had your phone on you. Even as the court today told Trump to back off trying to fire Lisa Cook from the Fed Board of Governors.
I read the dissent earlier. I read the on the SCOTUS blog. I read it earlier. The dissent from Alito.
Remembered at the court for what it told Trump he can do. In dissent, liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor called today's ruling, quote, profoundly destabilizing. She said the majority ruling in the Slaughter case today, quote, gives the president a power unknown even to the English crown against which the founders revolted, elevating him above his once co-equal branches.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. All right, let me see if there's anything on this left that I wanted to see real fast.
Being the president of the United States is a hard job. We all know that. I mean, all of the hard decisions land on your desk. Every single president says this.
I mean, I don't know. Trump fails at even the little stuff. That orange, I don't think it goes green. I think it's green for you.
How big of a scandal?
All right, this is it. That's it for that. We have one user. We have this. All right, let's see how this looks for you.
Nearly dies every day of his life, whether it's picking up rattlesnakes, eating roadkill, or pumping his body full of things that would make most people's hearts explode in their chest cavity. He never looks or sounds like a guy who's going to survive for all that much longer, which honestly makes him truly the perfect Health and Human Services head for this deeply unserious administration.
What the fuck? What is he doing?
What are they? Well, they're having sex, son. So what were they?
Why are you fucking with them?
Are you biting? Jesus, come out there, huge.
Mr. Secretary, as you know, mercury exposure can have significant harmful effects on kids, including permanent cognitive deficits, lowered IQ, poor memory, language delays. During your career as an environmental lawyer,
no, I've never seen him with the snakes.
You brought lawsuits targeting coal-burning utilities, specifically over their mercury emissions. When President Trump tried to roll back mercury wastewater rule during his first term, you went to the EPA's own public hearing to fight it, warning that allowing more power plant pollution into waterways would poison people through mercury-contaminated fish, a problem you said you experienced personally. You said at the time, and I'm quoting you directly, "It's really troublesome for those of us who will suffer from your irresponsibility." Given your long history of advocacy on this issue, do you still believe, as you've argued for decades, that mercury emissions from coal plants harm kids?
I do.
Terrific. In February of this year, the Trump administration finalized the repeal of the mercury and air toxic standards. As a result, coal-burning power plants are now allowed to emit more than twice as much mercury as they were before. Just last week, the Trump administration proposed to weaken a rule that monitors and protects groundwater from coal ash, a waste product that contains heavy metals like mercury and lead. How are these actions consistent with your agenda to make our children healthy again?
Those are actions that are not taken by my agency, and I am not familiar with exactly what's happening at EPA, so I would have to ask Lee Zeldin about that.
So you are just a fool that's here to what? To shill for Donald Trump? Is that what you're there to do?
This has been a major news story. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You made a career out of fighting mercury pollution. Are you telling me that you don't have an opinion about this mercury rule?
Well, I don't think any mercury is good, and that's one of the reasons we're holding up the Gavi grants, because they're giving mercury vaccines that are banned in Europe and the United States.
Secretary,
161 million kids in
Africa.
Africa.
This mercury rule. This is your administration making this decision. Are you critical of it? Why have you stayed silent on this?
You should call Lee Zeldin here and ask him about those.
Ask somebody else. I got nothing to do with it.
That's not in my. I have a $2.3 trillion agency. I've got
Secretary, you had in your testimony. You wrote.
I was not part of the hearings. I was not part of that decision. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
It sounds like pretty convenient amnesia to me, because you wrote a report where you talked about the damage of air and water pollution.
Mercury is absolutely, it's the most powerful neurotoxin that we know of in the universe.
So why are you working for an administration that is doubling the amount of mercury pollution in our air and water?
I am running HHS, and I'm ending the chronic disease epidemic.
I think it sounds.
Why are you working for Donald Trump, who's doing the opposite? He doubled the amount of mercury in your water, but you're against mercury, right?
Like
Which is what President Trump wants, and I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know anything about it.
Well, I think that's very convenient for you, and it shows a significant degree of cowardice. It's not just mercury.
You fucking coward. Yes.
President Trump in July 2025 granted 50 chemical plants.
Why don't you ask me something that I'm in charge of instead of other things?
Are you not in charge of healthcare and human services?
Yeah, HHS.
And you wrote a report about how we want to make sure that our kids.
What you're asking me about is not a decision that's being made by my agency. Why don't you ask me about something, and I won't ask you about something that's happening in the United States Senate.
Sir, I'm happy to talk about what's going on in the United States Senate. I'd be happy to talk about the damages that mercury pollution did. I think it's pretty disturbing.
I'm telling you what I know, which is mercury is a toxin. You should be minimizing the exposures to that in the environment. I don't know anything about the particular. Running this agency is a big job, and it's pretty consuming.
Well,
so I don't get into what the other agencies are doing.
I think this sounds like a pretty simple story.
Why don't you ask me something that's happening in my agency?
I think
you asked me about a decision that I've made.
You wrote a report. You wrote a report talking about what we need to do.
The decision you're making is to continue to work for somebody that's doing the opposite, that's literally murdering children in your report. Your report says that mercury is the worst known neurotoxin in the universe. Universe, he says. But you're still working for Donald Trump, who's actively doubling the amount of mercury put into our rivers, streams, oceans, into our drinking water, where our children play. So why are you still working for the guy? You fucking murderer? Yeah. So it shows that you're a hypocrite.
I've admitted it. You're talking in circles. I've said.
I think it's pretty disturbing to me that you don't want to talk about a doubling of mercury.
I don't want to talk about.
You've done a career about this.
I don't want to talk about a regulation or a policy that I don't know anything about.
Well, I hope you learn about it, because this is a big deal, and you spent your entire career advocating to lower mercury pollution, which I think is really admirable.
Let me just say, I think y'all are talking over each other. You definitely, the Secretary's acknowledged he has some issues about that, but obviously he cannot speak of the EPA. So y'all are both really agreeing, but won't agree. So,
well, let me close, Mr. Chair.
But we did that in partner because we run ARPA. So that for me was a decision that I had something to do with. I don't have anything, and I can tell you this: President Trump, when he gave me this job, he made a condition precedent, and he was very open about it. He said, "I want you to stay away from energy policy." And I agreed to do that. So I don't comment on energy policy. I comment and work. I've got enough to do in my agency.
This isn't an energy issue, sir. This is a healthcare issue. And just in closing, I think this sounds like a pretty simple story to me. An administration that took $219 million from the oil and gas industry in 2024, and in exchange, doubled the amount of mercury pollution in our air and water. And so what I don't understand is how you can spend your entire career talking about this issue, and then the first minute that you get power to do something about it, you take off the mask and become an apologist for an administration that is increasing mercury more than any other.
I'm shocked that you'd come to this meeting and not have a...
You're a fucking apologist for a murderer. That's what exactly right, you coward.
Single question to ask me about my agency.
I have plenty of questions, sir.
Well, go ahead.
Whether you want to answer.
All right, time has expired, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here. Thank you for all of your hard work.
The Maha movement was a perfect way to siphon people with legitimate concerns about food and water quality towards the far right. For years,
That's right. And they lied. Okay, so thank you so much. If you care about the environment, please don't vote for MAGA. Don't even think about becoming a Nazi, because they do not care about your health care. They do not care about your children. They do not care about your clean air. They do not care, Sam I am. They are Nazis. Yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Hopefully you liked and subscribed already. Thank you to Sayard and Leaf for supporting this channel today. I appreciate you very much. I'm going to go play some guitar and relax a little bit. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate you. Your sad MAGA isn't around now. You got to keep them around. You got to keep threatening them when they're here. You have I've got microplastics in my Epic Fury. Oh, man. Man, Wayne hates Trump. Well, that's everybody hates Trump, man. Anyone with half a brain hates Trump. The toxic chemical deregulations are crazy, even for this administration. Yeah. What are we going to do about it? I mean, seriously, I'll talk about it on the other side, but I'm seriously turning into a homesteader, an urban homes. I've asked my AI multiple times, like, if I stay here versus if I go to New Mexico, what's better for me as if in the next 25 years, the way the environment's going. And they're like, get as far away from the shit, get as far away from the coast as you can. Get as far away enough as you can from any place where your house will burn down. There will be wildfires and it will affect the air quality, but you can offset that by having filters on your house, solar panels, a cistern, a vegetable garden. You can make it through pretty well. You could do pretty well with that. Pretty well. Start saving water, get some solar panels, get some bullets, collect some ammunition, and start thinking about the future, because it's gonna get rough. It's gonna get bad. And you guys are like, it's not gonna fix itself. No one's doing anything about it, and no one's gonna do anything about it. You can't escape the climate. You can't escape pollution. The only thing you could do is try to mitigate its effects on you. That's it. I don't think people realize anymore that, like, I don't think people realize how bad it's going to get, how bad it already is. People are dying, losing their homes. And just because it hasn't happened here as much, it's happening more and more. Thank God I'm in the UK and it's bad enough here. Wayne, the UK is not going to be able to escape. The borders do not care. The borders cannot stop climate change. It will not stop it. Microplastic took 15% of the size of my penis. What the fuck? Mine doubled it. My doubled. The microplastics in my penis doubled the size. I don't know. It affects different people differently, I think. You know, Wayne. I know you know, Wayne. Look into permaculture. Man, I'm already looking at, like, I want edible plants in my garden. That's what I want. Edible, all edible. Maybe some pollinator flowers, you know, so that the bees might still come to my house. But other than that, nothing. Just plants that I can eat. Because, you know, like with the sun up in New Mexico, as long as you have water, you can grow the shit out of some, like, all the root vegetables and stuff. You can grow all those easily. The tomatoes, they grow like crazy. Kale and spinach and the leafy greens grow great. So, I mean, that's it. That's all I want to do. That's all I should have to do. You know, then all I got to do is figure out protein powders and stuff if the shit goes really bad. You could go a long time with just the plant protein, no problem. Just like eating it. Maybe not, might not be able to live forever on that, but you can go a long, long time. It's 110 degrees. Where are you, nurse? Aren't you in like Kokomo or someplace? I'm telling you, Indiana, Illinois, those places are cooking right now.
No lawns, all edible plants. That's what I want. Yeah, exactly. And some herbs maybe, so that food has some so you have some flavor in your food. That sounds nice. Yeah. Everyone drinks bottled water, big money, where it's going. That's right. Well, like a cistern really can't. I mean, I guess you can put filtration on it, and you could use cistern water in an emergency, especially. But like usually, you use your cisterns just to grow plants. Like you don't collect water. The water catchment, you don't catch water to drink unless really bad stuff happens. But I'll be doing Brita for as long as I can, and I hope. And the thing is, I'm not going to live for another 50 years, right? I'm probably not going to be alive in 50 years, but I will be alive, God willing. Habibi, God willing, Habibi, I'll be alive for the next 30 years. And in those 30 years, shit will get hairy. And I'm a lone rider, man. I'm a lone wolf. I can't be a lone wolf. I need help. I need friends. I need community. I need a team. I'm not going to be able to do this all on my own. It looks like the last poll of the day was 96% of you said no, corporations should not be allowed to own homes. Thank you all for joining. I am going to I'm going to stay, but I'm going to go downstairs, do a costume change, play some guitar, take a leak, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the end of the news portion of this show.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, so I made myself some chocolate hummus.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack
Very
Morgan.
good. Very good. Chocolate hummus. Man. My realtor was so pissed off
Get on up and get down with
that
Skyjack Morgan.
I want to work with somebody else instead of the person that she wants. She's so mad. You have wild edible plants?
One, two, three.
That's pretty cool. We have Miami Indians here. I don't think they'll have peyote. Peyote's kind of a desert thing. Oh, is the track still playing? I'm sorry. It says it's not. Okay, hopefully now is it? Hopefully now it's not playing. It's a Southwest thing, right? Yeah. Biggest issue with politics, I'm too blinded by party. And they hold on that for a decade. Mm-hmm. What you're talking about is socialism. 100% off the grid solar, battery for every residential house in like 6 years. Yep. Totally agree. The fact that we're not investing in decentralized power is insane. Totally insane. Mm-hmm. Peyote's like a little bud. Like a little bud. Have you ever seen the Hunter S. Thompson? His logo has peyote on it. He is very into peyote. You just end up on smack. I don't know how long it takes peyote, but I don't know. I don't do that shit. It's like a yeah. It's a little bud. They dry a little thing. They eat it. Right now here, it's like 70 degrees here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby. Is Navia still here? Yesterday she requested a song and I played it. But I think she was gone. Navia, are you here? It's like 70 degrees here. I'm lucky to live here. I'm pretty spoiled. But what are you gonna do it? What are you gonna do, you know? I'm Governor Jerry Brown. My aura smiles, never frowns. Soon I will be president. Carter power will soon go away. I will be Führer one day. I will command all of you. Your kids will meditate in school. Kids will meditate in school. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California. Zen fascists will control you. 100% natural. You will jog for the master race. And always have the happy face. Close your eyes, can't happen here. Big bro on white horses near. Hippies won't come back, you say. Mellow out or you will pay. Mellow out or you will pay. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California. Now it's 1984. Knock, knock at your front door. Suede and denim, secret police. Come for you and your uncool niece. Come quietly to the camp. You'd look nice as a drawstring lamp. Don't worry, it's only a shower. For your clothes, here's a pretty flower. Die on organic poison gas. Serpent's egg already hatched.
There you go. California Uber Olives. I hope you like that. Navia's not here, huh? You're a drug war veteran. Nice. It's currently 58 degrees with a high of 64 degrees and a low of 49 overnight. It's like that here. Oh, you're lucky, Leif Erikson. In the summer, I've seen it all from The Dead to The Walking Dead. I can't wait to live in a house with solar panels, I'll tell you. Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to live in a house with solar panels for sure. Vegetal Sparks, Disneyland, California. Sparks, Disneyland, California. Veg in the Woods, what does that mean? What is Sparks, Disneyland, California? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Sparks, Disneyland, California. What are you trying to say? Oh, the band Sparks. I will definitely try to play that song. Sparks by Disneyland, California. Give me a second. I'll play this song real fast and then we'll play that song. Never heard of it. This is the moment. This is the moment. This is the moment. Let you know that you told her that you loved her, but you don't. You touched her skin, then you think that she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. Spent 2 weeks Silver Lake, the California sun is stating down my face. There was a girl with light brown streaks, and she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. I wanted to believe in all the words that I was speaking as we moved together in the dawn. And all the friends that I was telling, and all the playful misspelling, and every bite I gave you left a mark. Tiny vessels oozed into your neck and foam bruises that you said that you didn't ever want to be. Then you did. So did I that day. Well, I see a dark gray clouds in the distance, moving closer with every hour. When you ask, was something wrong? I think you're damn right there is, but we can't talk about something so much more. But it was vile, and it was cheap. Yeah, you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you know you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Sparks, Disneyland, California. I can't wait to learn about that song. Never heard about that song, Veg in the Woods. Sparks, Disneyland, California. I used to work at Disneyland. I worked at Disneyland for 2 years. Sparks. Sparks. Is it actually called Disneyland, California? Sparks, artists. Sparks. Sparks. This town ain't big enough. What the heck? Sparks. This town ain't big enough is the one song. This town ain't big enough is supposed to us. I can only find one Sparks song. Oh, Tits. Girl from Germany. Never Turn Your Back. When I'm With You. Something for the Something, Amateur Hour, Sherlock's Home, Falling in Love, Achoo, Begin, Profile England, Slow Boat Change, Pineapple Mustache. I don't see anything with the word Disneyland though. Are you sure it's called Disneyland? Are you sure that's the name of the song? Sextown, USA. I'll Google it real fast because I don't think... Do This Town Ain't Big Enough? Oh, there's one called Mickey Mouse. Is that what you mean? There's a song called Mickey Mouse by Sparks. Hold on, my realtor just sent me. Okay. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. A song I've never heard. What's the mink and the farm bill thing? They're subsidizing mink. For me, when it comes to the debates, I will always debate the topic, the political view. Like, I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a communist, a Nazi, etc. If we can have a debate, then the facts and logic of the said bill issue bring up. I feel like that's when all we want. Yeah, but we also need to kill all the Nazis. That's the thing. We also have to kill all the Nazis. I get what you mean. We need to have vibrant debate, but we also got to kill Nazis. Is it fast or slow? This town ain't big enough for the both of us by Sparks. Here we go. Zoo time, she's in Utah. Zoo time, is she in Utah? The mammals are your favorite type, and you want her tonight. Stop beating, crazy heartbeat, you hear the thunder stamp.
is not a good tab. Hold on a second. There's a bunch of broken shit in this one. Let's try this one. They're doing this 6-5. Both of us. And ain't me who's gonna leave. Flying domestic, flying, and when the stewardess is near, no any fear. Heartbeat increasing, heartbeat, you are a khaki colored bombardier. Bombardier, it's Hiroshima that you're nearing this town. This town. Who's gonna leave? Daily except for Sunday. The vampire song? Yeah, I know that vampire song. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find the Mickey Mouse song, cause this Bombardier song, I don't know, this town ain't big enough. Sparks, Mickey Mouse. Sparks, Mickey Mouse. Let's see what this song's all about. Not rated. Can you raise both your hands and clap 'em? Can you say, sure, I'll always try? Can you make friends along think I got this. Can you raise both your hands and clap them? Can you say, sure, I'll always try? Can you make friends among the people and the animals? Basically, everything is easy. Give it a try, see how bright. If a mouse can be special, you'll see, can you? And my name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. And we own a little place in Disneyland, California. Let's have a party and be happy. And can we invite our closest friends? We can ask Donald Duck and Pluto and all the gang. And my name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. And we own a little place in Disneyland, California. Yeah, we own a little place in Disney, California. Well, you should try to smile, dear. Get yourself a pet deer. Dog, cat, bird, pig, and lamb, horse, and cow, fox, and wolf, snake, and ox, fish, and goldfish, mouse. And my name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. And we own a little place in Disney, California. Yeah, we own a little place in Disney, California. We own a little place in Disneyland, California. Did you raise both your hands and clap them? Did you say, sure, I'll always try? 'Cause you look hesitant and wary, or am I wrong? Can go off and be a loner. Maybe you can't believe a mouse when you feel the need to come back. I'm here for you and you and you and you and you and you and you. And my name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. Whom I own a little place in Disneyland, California. We own a little place in Disney, California. My name is Mickey Mouse. To my right is Minnie Mouse. We own a little place in Disneyland, California. A little place in Disneyland, California. Oh, Navia, I played your song yesterday, and you weren't here, Navia. I played Do Ya yesterday, and you left, Navia. Veg in the Woods. You like that shit, Veg in the Woods? Yeah. I thought that was pretty good. That was a fun song. I never heard that song before, but I thought it was a fun song to play. I like that. Thank you for suggesting that one, Veg in the Woods. Hold on a second. Let's find out. I'm trying to play. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. Oh, Steffelson, Mars Volta, The Widow. Oh, damn. Sorry, I missed it, Steffelson. Let me do the Veg in the Woods one again, the Concrete Blonde one, and then I'll do Mars Volta next, okay? Mars Volta. Fuck, that's gonna be a hard one. What's that song where like I heard your favorite band is Mars Volta? What is this? Oh, come on. Oh, how's this go? Hold on a second for me. It's all power chords. Hold on a second. I don't just want to play a bunch of fucking power chords. Well, I guess I can. Fucking, I don't know my power chords well enough to really remember how to do this. B5 is up here in the 2nd fret. Maybe if I do it... Oh, this will be better. Okay. I think I got this. Let me see if I can get this shit. There's a crack in the mirror. Bloodstain. There's a crack in the mirror, bloodstain on the bloodstain on. There's a crack in the mirror and a bloodstain on, and a bloodstain on the bed, bloodstain on, bloodstain on. Dead. Okay, there's a crack in the mirror. There's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on the bed. There's a crack in the mirror. Okay, I think I got this. Oh, man, it's been 100 years since I've even heard. I remember this song. Oh, there's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on my bed. There's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on my bed. Oh, you were a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. Oh, you were a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. Ooh, we got it, we got it, we got it. And I've got the ways and means to New Orleans, and down by the river where it's warm and green, and I have a drink, and walk around, and I got a lot to think about, oh yeah. Rocking chair by the window down the hall. Okay, that was kind of fun. I kind of want to play it now that I remember that song, sort of. Let's do one more thing. Let's just try one more thing. I think that. Okay, let's slow it down a little bit. Oh, there's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on my bed. There's a crack in the mirror and a blood stain on my bed. Oh, you're a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. Oh, you're a vampire, baby, I'm the walking dead. I got the way of me in New Orleans, going down by the river where it's warm and green. I'm gonna have a drink, walk around, yeah, I got a lot to think about, oh yeah. Yeah. There's a rocking chair by the window down the hall. I hear something there in the shadow down the hall. Oh, you're a vampire, and baby, I'm nothing at all. Oh, you're a vampire, and now I ain't nothing at all. I got the ways in me in New Orleans, went down by the river where it's warm and green. I'm gonna have a drink, walk around, and 'cause I got a lot to think about. They used to dance in the garden in the middle of the night. Oh, dancing out in the garden in the middle of the night. Oh, you were a vampire, and I may never see the light. Oh, you're a vampire, and I won't ever see the light. I got the ways in me to New Orleans, and down by the river where it's warm and green. I'm gonna have a drink and walk around, and then I got a lot to think about. Oh yeah. Oh man, that was a fun song to play. Thank you so much for recommending that. No, any Clapton? I used to know. What's that song by Clapton that I used to know? Oh, Layla, doo doo doo. He always has fucked up tunings, but I'm gonna save that song because that's a good song for Halloween. Once we do the Halloween show, I'm gonna remember that song from the Vampire. Nice suggestion, Navia. I'll try something from Clapton in a second ago. An electric kazoo, yeah. They make electric kazoos. I've seen them. They're kind of fun. All right, something by Mars Volta. Anything by Mars Volta? Oh, The Widow by Mars Volta. Mars Volta, The Widow. God, I don't know this song. He's got fasting black lungs made of close splinter shards, the kind that will talk. All right, I'm gonna fuck with the key is little. I got fasting black. He's got fasting black lungs made of close splinter shards. They're the kind that will talk through the wheezing of AM every night and every boy, and every time he makes me warm. Freeze without an answer, free from all the shame. Must I hide? Look how they flock to him from an isle of open source. He knows that the taste is such to die for. And I hear him every night on the street. Scales that you slither deliver me from. Without Mars Volta by Stephelson. Stephelson's The Widow. I don't know that song, but I tried my hardest, Stephelson. I don't know that song. He's got fasting black rum, made of cloves, splint and shard. They're the kind that will talk through a wheezing of coughs. And I hear him every night, every pore, every time talks makes me warm. I hear him every night, in every pore, and every time he just makes me warm. Breeze without an answer, free from all the shame. Must I hide? 'Cause I'll never sleep alone. Look how they flock to him from an isle of open sores. He knows that the taste such to die for. I hear him every night on every street. The scale that do slither deliver me from. Freeze without an answer, free from all the shame. Then I'll hide 'cause I'll never sleep alone. Oh Lord, I said I'm bloodshot, sure. Pale runs the gold, swollen on the shore. Every night in every pore, sails that do slither deliver me from. Please without an answer, free from all the shame. I'll hide 'cause I'll never sleep alone. Please without an answer, free from all the shame. Let me die, 'cause I never sleep alone. Man, there was a punk folk song where it's like a girl talking to a guy and she wants to make sure that his favorite band is Mars Volta, something like that. What song is that? Let's see if Google knows what song by that. It'd be pretty cool if Google knew what I'm talking about.
The song you are thinking of is I Listened by the post-punk band Apes of the State. The specific lyrics from the track is, I don't know your favorite song, but it's probably by Mars Volta, because you said you really liked them when we talked, Flesh, and I listened.
Yes, Apes of the State, I Listened. Navia says no one eat Clapton. Let's figure something out for Clapton. Then we'll try to do H of the state. Clapton. Okay, let's try it out. Oh yeah, we can do Perfect Day by Lou Reed. Give me a second though. Navia, we gotta get Navia's song. Would you know my name? Would you know my name? If I saw you in heaven, would it be the same? If I saw you in heaven, I must be strong. Isn't that like this? Oh yeah. I must be strong. Let's try if I could do a bar chord with that. I don't like that, that's where it is. I must be strong to carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Alright, we're gonna try this. Would you? Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven? I'll find my way through night and day, 'cause I know you'll get us paid here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend you. I don't know how time can break your heart, have you begging, please, begging, please. I don't know the bridge. Beyond the door, there's peace I'm sure, but I know there will be no tears in heaven.
If I saw you in heaven, oh, I must be strong to carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. I feel like I kind of want to let me try that one more time. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? Time can bring you down. Time can bend your knee. Time can break your heart. Have you beg and plead? Beyond the door, there's peace, I'm sure, and I know there'll be no more tears in heaven. Oh shit. Cause I know I don't. I'll be strong to carry on. But I know I don't belong here in heaven. Well, I broke a string. I broke a string. Well, damn it. That sucks. Sucks to break a string while you're playing. Perfect Day, Lou Reed. Okay, I'll play Perfect Day, Lou Reed. God damn it. Let me see if I have a string. Oops. Where are my strings? Cause I know I won't belong here in heaven. I thought I had another. Damn. No, I don't have it. God damn it. I don't have a new E string.
Maybe I could pull this one. Oh, wait. I do. All right, we're going to have to figure this out real fast. Let me do this real fast. We're going to string this guitar. 'Cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Scooby Dooby Doo Doo, Scooby Doo, Scooby Dooby Doo Doo, Dooby Doo Doo. All right, we're tuning the guitar now. Tie my little knot. Oh, shit. Got that. There we go. You know what's funny is like when I was in a band, I did this shit like on stage, and I never had a problem. And now it's like I'm out of practice. I barely ever do it now. You know. Got a tune right here, make it a little bit easier. What are we doing again? Lou Reed. It's such a perfect day. I hope Navia liked the Clapton. Sorry about that, everybody. But they break, you know. You make guitar and bass string jewelry, you do? That's pretty cool. What did you say? Well, to kill everything, yay, new string, yep. Okay. It's such a perfect day, the day that I spent it with you. Just a perfect day. Drink sangria in the park. And later when it gets dark, we go home. Just a perfect day. Feed animals at the sanctuary. Then later we see a movie and go home. And it's such a perfect day that I spent it with you. Oh man, I forget how it goes. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. Such a perfect day. Problems left all alone. Weekenders on our own. It's so much fun. Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought that I was someone else, someone good. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. You're gonna reap what you sow. You're gonna reap what you sow. You're gonna reap what you sow. Reap what you sow. You're gonna reap what you sow. You're gonna reap what you sow. I hope you liked my perfect day. It's such a perfect day. Not the zoo, the sanctuary. Yeah, you gotta do the sanctuary. They go to the sanctuary and see a movie, not the zoo and see a movie too. They go to a sanctuary and see a movie. You know it's only mega farms that are bad, right? That's not true. All farms... Fuck you, Daniel Price. Oh, only some farmers are bad. Yeah, 99.9%. I love when people do that. You know, there's some good farmers. Yeah, there's some good cops, too. Last night when I walked into your house, I noticed that the couch had moved and wanted to ask you about it. But when you were talking, when you finished, I opened up my mouth and you called me out for feeling bad at listening. So I wrote this song to tell you just how well that I can listen, and that I think that you are really cute. And I thought that maybe I should wait to tell you that I like you, but I don't really have that much to lose. I like this song so much. I never played this song before. Last night when I walked into your house, I noticed that the couch had moved and I wanted to ask you about it, but you were talking, so when you finished I opened up my mouth and you called me out for being bad at listening. So I wrote this song to tell you just how well that I can listen, and that I think that you are really cute. And I thought that maybe I should wait to tell you that I like you, but I don't really have much to lose. I could learn your favorite song and play it on my guitar, and I'll probably sing it all wrong, but it might catch your attention. And I don't know your favorite song, but it's probably by Mars Volta, 'cause you said you really liked them when we talked and I listened. Yeah, I listened. So this morning when I woke up in my bed, I made a list of all the things you told me last night that I had inside my
because it's a happy color, and that you have been sad for as long as you remember, and that the way your kitchen looked made you upset because it was a mess, and that's the way things look when you're depressed. And you sat across the room, and the rocking chair you said you hate cause it's so loud, and you wish that you had sat next to me on the couch. Scared that this list is too long, that I can't fit all these things into a song and still keep your attention. So I'm trying hard to mention all the important things that I feel will really demonstrate how well that I listen. Like how you said with tears in your eyes that you wish that being grateful was enough to keep you from feeling sad all the time, that your favorite flowers are impatience, and that when you love somebody you wait patiently for them, and that your favorite movie is The Shawshank Redemption, and that serenity means listening to the watered down and the Talk-One Glen, and how you make poor decisions with the people that you choose to date, and you'll probably think that I'm crazy for this, and I tell you I don't give a shit, and would be lie, cause I care what you think about me, and I just really desperately want to be your next poor decision. But your next poor decision be your next poor decision. And I could learn your favorite song and play it on my guitar, and I'll probably sing it all wrong, but it might catch your affection. And I don't know your favorite song, but it might be by Mars Volta, cause you said you really liked them when we talked. And listen, yeah, listen. I love that song. Oh, yes, The Damned? What song do you want? God, I love that song, The Apes of the State. What a great song. I really like that song. Do you guys like that song? I like that song. Thank you. Can I get some jubilation for everyone who's giving donations for today's... Be a man, tiny mystery man. Be a doll. Be a doll, the mystery baby doll. It can't be found now anyway. Can't be found at all. Distant man can't do that. Can't uphold his distant law. today. I got a feeling when I hear that call, I say, need, she can't afford no cannon. Need, she can't afford no gun at all. Need, she can't afford no cannon. Need, she can't afford no, she ain't got no name to call. No crime, if it ain't no law. No cops left to mess you around. No more dreams of Mr. Cole. No more sight to bring you down. Got a thought of mine. My mind's on when I falls asleep. Feeling and finding a restless time. These words upon me, I creep, I said, need, she can't afford no cannon now. Need, she can't afford no gun at all. Need, she can't afford no cannon now. Need, she ain't got no name to call. Neat by the Damned. Let me think of a different Damned song. Love Song by the Damned, Eloise, Shadow of Love, White Rabbit, that sounds like fun. Anti-Pope, Smash It Up Part 2. Machine Gun Etiquette, Jet Boy, Jet Girl. Veg in the Woods, do you have an opinion? Where'd you go? I need to quit killing all the bugs and bacteria. Daniel Price, what are you doing to me, man? Stab Your Back, The Damned, The Jet Boy, Jet Girl, Generals, The Damned, Anti-Pope. I kind of like Smash It Up, sounds fun. Born to Kill? Oh, Born to Kill, I don't know that song. Damn, a bunch of fucking power chords again. I get a call in time. Get a call in time of day. Beat a lot of crime away. Nothing, baby, I can't take. The crime, I'm gonna make your body. That I'm born, yeah, I'm born. You know I'm born when I'm born to kill. Get along and drive my back. Don't tread my toes, I'll skip in my back. Jet up on shops, you're real fine. Well, take a chance, honey, you can be mine. No kind of big deal, no quantity still. Don't feel like no you. I said I'm born, you know I'm born, yeah, I'm born to kill. I'm
go. Anti-Pope. Oh, I converted it from power chords. I don't like just playing a bunch of power chords the whole time on an acoustic guitar. It's kind of lame. I'm doing acoustic covers here. Anti-Pope. You got it. Anti-Pope. We'll try it. I've never heard that song before. I don't know the band that well. I know the band, but I'm not like a... Hey, Keith. What? Bollocks! Oh, I'm going back to church tonight, just like back when I was 8. But when I don't mean to pray, I'm going to nick a collection plate. I've got nothing against church, or the people who go there, or people who go there and show their plain and ignorant, don't understand the congregation. Weekends won't change their behavior, or when people are weak, they seek answers from peddlers of hope. And I should know I used to go there myself. That's until the day I became anti-Pope. The day I became anti-Pope. It's gonna be fun tonight, spreading news around the town that the vicars are transvestites with a fetish for robes and gowns. Nothing against the church or people who go there and show their plain ignorant and don't understand a congregation at weekends won't change their behavior. So many people are weak and seek answers from peddlers of hope. I should know I used to go there myself. That's until the day I became anti-Pope. Until the day I became anti-Pope. Religion doesn't mean a thing. It's just another way of being right wing. I think sex films are okay. I don't dig that. Oh, no way. I got nothing against the church or any people who go there and show their plain ignorance and don't understand a congregation on the weekend won't change their behavior. So many people are weak and seek answers from peddlers of hope. Oh, I should know I used to be there myself until the day I became anti-Pope. That's until the day I became anti-Pope. The day I became It's a fun song. I don't know that song. I just went for it. Thanks, Fed to the Woods. I hope that you like that version of it, of two songs by The Damned. Fuck yeah, says Vegetable. It's nice. I'm glad I'm able to bring a tiny bit of hope and love into your life. You're welcome. No, thank you, Steffelson. Steffelson has a super chat. Radiohead Optimistic. Ooh, I missed it. Thank you. Thank you. Radiohead Optimistic. Man, the movie I watched last night, they had a Radiohead song. Now I can't remember what song it was. But it sounded really good acoustic. I kind of wanted to try it, but now I can't remember what song it was. But it was in that movie, Welcome Table. Try the best you can. What is Talking to the Moonshine Pixie? Was that the flies are buzzing round my head, virtually circling the dead, picking up every last crumb. The big fish eat the little ones, big fish eat the little ones. Not my problem, give me some. You can try. Best you can if you try. The best you can. The best you can is good enough. You can try. Best you can if you try. The best you can. The best you can is good enough. Best you can is good enough if you try. Fuck, I can't remember how does Tom York sing that? This one's optimistic. This one went to the market. This one came out of the swamp. This one drops a payload, fodder for the animal, living on animal farm. Best you can if you try. Best you can. The best you can is good enough. You can try. Best you can. You try. Best you can. The best you can is good enough. I'd really like to help you, man. I'd really like to help you, man. Nesra's messed up marionette, float around on the prison ship. If you try. Best you can. You try. Good enough from the Goonies for something by Prince. Oh, I can definitely do something by Cyndi Lauper. Why don't we do the song by Cyndi Lauper? Talking to the moon. Talking to the moon. Cyndi Lauper. The Goonies are good enough. Fuck, I don't know that song. What the hell? I've seen the Goonies a million times. Here we are hanging on the strings of green and blue. Break the chain when we break down. Oh, it's not real if you don't feel it. Unspoken expectation. Ideals you used to play with. Finally taking shape for us. What's good enough for you is good enough for me. It's good enough, it's good enough for me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now you say you're starting to feel the push and pull of what could be and never. Can you mirror me stumbling through those old-fashioned superstitions? I find it too hard to break. Maybe you're out of place, but what's good enough for you is good enough for me. Yeah, good enough, it's good enough for me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Good enough, you is good enough for me. Yeah, it's good enough for me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Old-fashioned superstition. I find you hard to break. Oh, maybe you're out of place, but what's good enough for you is good enough for me, and it's good enough, it's good enough for me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Good enough, yeah, good enough for me. It's good enough, it's good enough for me. Yeah, 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 I've never heard that song, Veg in the Woods. I'm sorry. I don't know if you felt like that was okay, but I don't know that song. Something by Prince. Yeah, we'll do the Prince song. That'll be the last song, I think. Although, what was that other? Was it Cyndi Lauper, the True Colors song? Did she do True Colors? Yeah, she did. I kind of want to try the True Colors song. I've never played that song before. With sad eyes, don't be discouraged. Oh, I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You lose sight of it all, and darkness inside you makes you feel so I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid. Let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. All right, I think I got this. I think I want to. You with sad eyes, don't be discouraged. I realize it's hard to take courage. A world full of people, you can't lose sight of it. All in darkness inside you, you feel so small. You with sad eyes, don't be discouraged. I realize it's hard to take courage. World full of people, you can't lose sight of it all. Darkness inside you will make you feel so goddamn small. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. Don't be afraid to let him show. I see your true colors. Your true colors are beautiful like a rainbow.
see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you, and now don't be afraid to let them all show. I'll use your true colors, true colors, beautiful like a rainbow. Remember when I laughed, saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy, you take it all you can bear. Call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. You know I'll be there. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true color. That's why I love you. Don't be afraid. Let them show. See your true colors. True colors. True colors are shining through. I see your true color. That's why I love you. Don't be afraid to let them show. True colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. It's the first time I ever played that song. It was kind of a fun song to play. I thought that was a pretty fun song to play. Thank you for suggesting Cyndi Lauper. When I think of Cyndi Lauper, that's the song I think of. But I want to play it up here. Maybe I should play it even... You with the sad eyes, don't be discouraged. Realize it's hard to take courage. A world full of people, lose sight of it all. The darkness inside you make you feel so small. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show. I see your true colors. True colors. Your true colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Show me a smile then. Don't be unhappy. I can't remember last time saw you laughing in this world It was a fun song to play. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great day. Illegitimate non-carburadno. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. I'll see you on the other side of the day, okay? See you tomorrow, guys. I gotta do, oh, no, I'm gonna do the afterglow starts now. Afterglow starts now. It's members only, right now. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. Thank you, Sky City Rebels. Thank you. I'll see you in just a second. I'll start the next stream right now.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.